Got that. Ooh. Am on the correct network. That's good. Just get this in the proper place. Let's go to my dashboard. All right. Just let it rock for a bit. I am thirsty. But let's not dally for too long, especially with no music. This shit's kind of weird. Weird chant. What's going on, Solaris and Rage? Why is it? I gotta turn it down on my headphones. That's what it is. That's why it's loud. All right, episode. What is it? 3. Turnabout Serenade. You quit your job. Fantastic. Damn, Sky King, it's like that. What's going on here? Well, Clavier's banned. That's what's going on here. I saw 0 viewers on entry. Yeah, but you also saw messages in the chat, too. Guilty as charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. It was too late, my message was typed. It's okay. Now everybody just sees that you're stupid. July 7th, 8:05 p.m., backstage hallway. This is so cool. Us at a Gaviner's concert. Huh? Did you say something? Is that a Blue Badger fucking sticker on the instrument case there? My god. Government is paying $2,000 a month since I can't work. Jesus Christ. Well, hopefully it all turns out good, Solaris. Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Gaviner's putting the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off? What a dickhead. I can't get a bigger discount? They're hard to get a hold of, you know? When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner show. Trucy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. He's got a point. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Apollo do be having a point here. Hold on. Exposed. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over the gods of rock. God awful, maybe. How about all their stuff on the way home from the trial? I got 12 Gaviner's albums, 15 concert videos. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance. Bro, what? Phoenix got it like that? For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here? What's up, SNR, Ace? At a Gaviner's concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock. To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. Why does it matter? July 7th, Gaviner's dressing room. Ah, you made it. Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets. and the invoice you sent along with them. You're incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. Lammerroar? Lammer... Alright then. The siren of the ballad? Oh yeah. And Flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right. I happened to catch her show while overseas. Yeah, a red Badger guitar. Dog, they're really going all out with this blue Badger shit. Also, did you fucking write your insignia on the goddamn mirror? In lipstick? You're sick. Go home. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. Oh, don't speak about yourself in the third person. I hate this person. If this is this person. You praise me too highly. Who is this guy? He's huge. Allow me to introduce Mr. Romien Letou, Lemroar's manager, and her interpreter, incidentally. Dog. This nigga right here. How old is Trucy? She is 15, yes. It is a great honor for us to be here. Is it Letous or Letou? I'm gonna say Letous. Is it like fake French? Are these actual Frenchmen? It is a great honor for Lammerroar to be heard in this country. How's it going, the man? What? This bitch speaking in wingdings. That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Oh. Oh. Yo. Oh, hello. It's not wingdings, it's hieroglyphics. Ooh, it's Lammerroar. I'm actually reading Lammerroar. Lammerroar, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. I just want to know how Gavin met her. He said he caught her shows while traveling, but the fuck happened there? Lammerroar says we have long looked forward to this joint performance. Lammerroar, your voice? It is art. Okay, interpreter. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. Are you the pianist? Did anybody die yet? We literally just started the Yo. This little nigga looks sick. Also, what up with the hair? I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of Lammerroar's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Damn. There's no need to shit on Phoenix like that. Crazy. You miss 8 minutes? Yeah, 8 minutes of me doing a whole lot of Nathan. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobaye. He is blind. A blind pianist? Or unless that's cap. This is why he never strays far from Lammerroar. They are always together. They're like characters from some fairy tale. Lammerroar's so, what's that word? Exotic! And mysterious. She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing musique. Huh? She travels the globe putting the sights she sees in a song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights in a song? That's so poetic. Yeah, Caucasian Stevie Wonder? Hold on. That nigga can see though. I don't know about that. She was gracious enough to put her music into my lyrics tonight. The Guitarist's Serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the Gaviners hard rock a little rest. Lammerroar, the stage is yours. Hieroglyphics, nigga. Band members will not play during Lemuror's ballad. Only Maki's tender tones and Lemuror's dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course. Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in the chords of steel. Damn. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care your hearts aren't stolen away, huh? Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly. I also don't like that his nickname has just become Polly. Phoenix had a good one. Phoenix went straight to Nick. But yeah, Trucy is Phoenix's daughter, which doesn't make timeline sense. Definitely an adopted daughter. Because she's 15 and niggas have been seeing Phoenix up until 7 years ago. So I wonder where this child comes from. Wait, she sings in English? What? Hey, that nigga can see. Fuck that. Think it might be translated for our sake? Bullshit. She's singing in English. And that little nigga can see. Not uncommon for foreign artists to sing in English, but you would think then at that point she would at least know some English. Also, he plays acoustic guitar? What? Damn. Oh, oh. Shit on. What kind of fucking Cirque du Soleil bullshit is going on in here? Did you enjoy the second case or not really? I just found it was really, really simple to solve. Like there wasn't too much. It felt like another tutorial. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest, the second case just felt like tutorial part two. If that makes sense. I didn't really investigate it all, or I didn't really like the investigation all too much. I didn't really like the trial all too much. It was okay, but it wasn't anything spectacular in my mind. See, that's the thing with Phoenix Wright cases. There's been very seldom a case where I'm like, that chapter was bad, except for like Turnabout Big Top, the circus one. That one I thought was bad. I thought what was the name of the last one? But the fucking whatever it was. It has Turnabout in the name. That's all I remember. But like that one, it wasn't like as offensive to me as Turnabout Big Top, but like when I can break down a case, like the most important thing for a murder mystery game for me, I think, is if a murder occurs, it's usually motive. And the motive that was presented in that case, like circumstantially, like in a vacuum, it's marginally okay. But then you have different specific things where it's like, okay, well, why did she go to the clinic to try to retrieve the papers today? Why didn't she wait until he was just out of the doctor's office? Why did why did she want to make sure it got done then? You knew who he was getting a checkup, but there was like you had a little bit of time before Waki wanted to talk to Mal again. So there was at least a little bit of last one was Turnabout Corner, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really feeling it. Like it seemed like it was incredibly easy to solve to me at least. And once you clear out the mystery, there's only really so much I can talk about. But like it wasn't like offensive. I was just kind of like, let's get on with it. Like it seemed to overstay its welcome a little bit, if that makes sense. Also, the second part of the trial on day 3, I don't know why that needed to be split up, because you really don't get any hardly new information. It kind of feels like they just dragged it out to make it longer, which, you know, some people will see as a good thing or a bad thing. I view it as kind of nonsense. Also, I really hope that musical performance wasn't supposed to be super important, because I wasn't looking at shit for nothing after Clavier burned his guitar. Alright, I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. Got him. Good fucking job, Apollo. He's not even here and you got him. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. Yeah, it looked like he got caught off guard. Or maybe he's just a really good actor. What's up, CJ? He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Well, what are we doing here? Let's go to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? Well, I mean, considering that was a break between their main band being on stage and performing, and a different guest performing with different instrument accompaniment, like, you can expect them to take another intermission. Oh! He didn't know. He didn't know. No. What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a mind to fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it. So much for risking your life for art. The guitar's serenade is ruined. Ruined. Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. Damn. The kick up for that song is crazy. Alright, so what happened? What happened with the guitar? You mean the guitar that wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Who'd burn up a guitar on purpose? But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart fire, burning my love away, all away. Oh. Wait, you think the audience thought it was... Sounds like you got lucky. Was somebody trying to kill Gavin? Hey, where are your bandmates at? Hold on. Okay, so now we have to look for anybody that could potentially be jealous or have a gripe with Gavin being the lead man. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did. He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Anyway, that guitar was was the Ferrari of guitars. It looked like a standard acoustic guitar. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. I'm usually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Achtung! Today's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Daddy told me there's be days like these. Alright, so what'd you know about the song? I managed to catch up on the VOD and see you take real damage. I'll say it again, I did take real damage. I feel me taking that damage was some bullshit. Because the logic was there for both pieces of evidence that I presented in both situations. Wasn't Lamore's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. That bitch was singing in English. She practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. Okay. So, she just had a list of the... Okay, that makes more sense. What's this? A lyric sheet. It's yours. They asked about proving she was there in 6 months and she quit though. The report was 6 months old. Well, yeah, I just made the large logic line that that because Waki was getting a checkup, she would go back and talk to the doctor that initially performed the surgery, you know? Signed by myself and Lamaror. Yippee, thanks so much. I only ever get to sign our client defense agreements. Lyric, you've been on 2 cases. Apollo, what do you mean that's all you get to sign? You signed 2 of them at most. Almost time for the 3rd act of the night. Oh, there's more? You knew there was more! Yes, Lamaror's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it. Woohoo! Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. Eh? I like the bit with Lamaror, but the rest could use a volume knob. Turn way down. Yeah, if he signed the first one. Because he didn't even know he was defending Phoenix Wright. Like, he didn't know. Apollo, you're getting old. What? No. You shut up, teenager. Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Well, I'm going. The old folks rest backstage, yeah? Time to rock. Hey, you're older than I am. I can definitely see the logic. It is assuming how she would react, though, so at the very least I'd say it's the most real damage you've taken. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely the most real, quote-unquote, but I still feel like I was still correct. I just presented it the wrong way. Apollo is sometimes too much of a dumbass. I kind of like that, though. It's endearing as a character trait. Okay, so we can look around. Does he know what this is? Would you even know? That's an odd guitar. Design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. He looks like he's crying. Since when was Rock about crying? They should name his guy Emo. Oh. Alright then. Damn. I can't even... That's crazy. Gallus. I didn't even realize Gallus was in here. Welcome, brother. But with a tier 1 gift to Star FGC. Welcome to the family, Star _. Thank you again, Gallus. Postcard of Lamaror. I can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. Trucy might want one of these. Welcome back to Everybody Fucking Hates Gallus featuring your host. Nah. The fuck I was trying to lurk? No. You've been exposed. Gallus exposes lurkers. Alright. Is that a bowl of mashed potatoes? A delicious bowl of stew. It's stew. Made of what? The bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts? Whatever happened to t-shirts? Alright. Thick leather gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try these on. On second thought, no. What do you mean there it is? He was going to thank you. I felt it. I see FGC and reminded of the things someone added me with the F-Champ versus L.I. Joe, I assume. Nice. It might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. Why would he bring evidence to a show backstage? You see it? What do I see? I mean, look, I said hello. I don't know about everybody else. No, oh god, what was his name? Bro. Caruso or something like that. The JP player Pop Dark Phoenix and the X Factor with Frank to hit the anti-air super. Ooh. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that set. Chains dangle from the ceiling. They aren't glimmerous, but I bet Detective Sky has something to say about them. Okay, so do the chains serve a purpose at all? Alternatively, this guitar. That guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. That's right, Trucy's not here to set me straight. Now I feel kinda lonely. Alright. No parking. No clues here. I didn't want to click that. I just wanted to move the. Sometimes the mobile version thinks I'd be pressing when I'm not really pressing. July 7th, backstage hallway. Hey, it's you, that right kid. What are you doing here, Emma? Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. Damn. That's a new one. You still have your snacks. Let's go. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit. Bro, they made you work security detail. You of all people. I'm not saying that I don't. Does that mean Emma's strong? It has to mean Emma's strong. Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing what that glimmer's fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? Well, I mean, he is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door lead to? This one? That's Lammermoor's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snackoos in your face. Is it just like beef? Is it like Slim Jims? What is it? At first, when she was holding the bag, I thought it was like dark potato chips, but yeah, I guess. Huh. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Hey, Emma. Emma? Okay. So, I guess we're done here? I've never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Better give her a wide berth. Did she just throw one at me? She snackooed me. Emma! Okay then. No, we're done here. Bitch. I thought snackoos were some kind of sugary thing. Yeah, it looks kind of weird. Oh, fuck. Star with the gift to Jewel. Jewel lurking too? You hate to see it. Thank you for the gift, Star. Welcome to the family, Jewel. Family, Jewel. What's that odd-looking doll doing there? Oh, that's the blue badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? Don't throw more shit, please. She hit me with a snack. Serves me right for going out of my way. Sorry, I don't speak snackoos. Like, they're crunchy, too. Like, they're very clearly something. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Bro. Emma, please. How would someone leave this in the hallway? Snackoos are chocolate covered? But what are they? Are they like chocolate covered pretzels then? Because if so, that's heat. That's a good snack choice. Maybe Lammermoor's bodyguard dropped it. Yeah, no, Latus seems like he could be a bodyguard too. That nigga looked like he got sauce. Emma, will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? If you think you're gonna pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. Who wins in a fight, Latus or Gumshoe? I don't know. I haven't seen Latus feats. I've seen Gumshoe go toe-to-toe with serial killers and the Mafia. So, maybe it might be Gumshoe, but I haven't seen enough about Latus. I'm not the biggest fan of the munch sound effect. I think that was the intended effect, to be perfectly honest. At least I got her to stop munching. Alright. What's this? Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. That's a vending machine. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. If you want tea so bad, go buy it yourself. Dog, I believe in female supremacy. She snackooed me. I'll take a tea. equipment case. It's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it. What? Emma! She snackooed me. Alright. That's Prosecutor Gavin's, the Gaviner's dressing room. The fact that his band is named the Gaviners is sick. Put so much as a hand on the door and I'll snackoo you. I was just in there. Hold on. But I just came out of there. Don't play smart with me. So this is Lamoureux's dressing room. If you even think about going in there, I'll... Oh. Oh, oh. Was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You, out of my way. Emma. Lamoureux? It's not locked. I'm going in. A body has been discovered. July 7th, 9:30, Lamoureux's dressing room. What's that awful note? Oh, it's the concert. Oh! Nah! Gumshoe would never! Nah. That's so unfortunate. Rip the homie. What the fuck happened? Latouche. Oh no. Hey, you. Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Yeah, there's only 2 people in here. Monokuma won't play the body discovery announcement. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... Oh, he hanging on. He's hanging on. He's alive. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Yeah, thank you for the very clearly obvious statement. Oh, what were you writing up there, though? Who? Who shot you? I don't know. Ask what? Ask witness. Witness? There was a witness. Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry. You're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Oh, he's going. Yeah, he's not fine. He's alive for now, but I'll hit 200 gift subs before I ever get a hate back from chat. It's a damn shame, Gallus. You're Roman Latouche. You're fine. The witness is Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Gone. Mr. Latouche. Yeah, it's Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? Also, there's bullet holes in the wall on the left. So, does that mean if there's no exit wound? We only heard 2 gunshots, though. I could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been canceled. Backup's on the way. Is somebody in the fucking fridge? Is Mr. Latouche? Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, it was the blind kid. I don't think it... Like, the kid seems too sheepish to kill somebody. He's definitely the witness, though. He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Romain Latouche. Shot. What caliber is that pistol on the ground? Yeah, that thing has to be at least a fucking 357. Did you not present Trucy's panties to Phoenix for the content last stream? I didn't know I could do that. The witness is the siren, whatever that means. July 7th, backstage hallway. Who the fuck is this? Nah, just based on his attire, he's the one that did it. Nah, he's guilty. Fuck that. The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Darian? Yeah, nah. Guilty as fuck, nigga. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. Dressed like a shark? Nah. Furries is guilty. Go to jail. Nope. Nope. It's investigation time, then. Ja, Fraulein Detective? I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one, staff or otherwise, anything of this. It's a concept, not a fursuit? Nah, he's going to jail. A gag order. No word gets out other than that Mr. Lettuce is dead. No word of the cause of death or the murder. Tell no one, not even Lamoureux. Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this hair forehead. Yours too, Fraulein. On that? An investigation request. Why just us? You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. That should be okay to sign, I think. Read it, Apollo. Please read it. No one told him. I think it's because he ended stream right as the case ended. Look, don't worry about that. When I played, I didn't notice the shark attire and thought he was skunk theme. I noticed, I thought it was shark just because the zippers look like shark teeth, and he's got that fucking, like, the zipper pull. It looks like a big shark tooth. He didn't read it. He actually didn't. What a bastard. Right, well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Ah, and one tip for you. Huh, me? Try not to get in the Fraulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, a headset on the ground. I know I said it offhand as a joke by the way he looked. Sharkman might be, he might be guilty. Now none of us can go home. We'll investigate all right, our way. Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon. Still, I can't believe I was there when it happened. He real calm during the situation. Also, the headset on the ground seems like it would be, seems like it's a very strong indicator of somebody involved with the show. And I don't know if, are they gonna try to push blind person did it? Not an experience I cared to repeat anytime soon. There's no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No, let's get cracking. Navel gazing? Yeah, I guess. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Lettuce's last words. The witness is Siren. So, who was... No, Lamoureux was called Siren, right? Or maybe he was going to say Siren's piano player. So, yeah, blind nigga just might not be blind. That's what I'm seeing from this. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. Your witness will be a blind man. Sick. Also, Chris, what about making suffering from success Edgeworth emote? I reckon you might have gotten an extra slot. Nah, I still only have the 5. But I definitely could cycle the ones we have. So, for example, Mukuro, Nagito, and Aiba are probably staying. I could cycle out Archer and Cork, though. I like Cork a lot, but definitely could switch him around, right? So, let's go ahead and move back. Let's go into... Ooh, we can go to the stage. But let's see if we can go into the scene of the crime. July 7th, Lamoureux's dressing room. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. Archer should go? Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Cycle Archer. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. Your attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Latouche did tell me to act as the witness, the siren. Oh. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want, you'll get no snacks from me. Please. Think of poor Lammeror. Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Thank you, Emma. Right. Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching on her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. I have the render for Edgeworth. I can see if it's noticeable under the dimensions or not. Yeah, that's my problem. I don't know if the dimensions are going to be noticeable. Also, I still want to try to get that Franziska mote down pat. Mr. Romain Latouche, was it? He was Lammeror's manager and interpreter, apparently. This is his first time in the country. Damn, dog, if I would go to a country for the first time and get shot while relaxing, nah. My ghost coming back. My ghost want beef. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Lammeror. No one here might not have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Oh! Apollo! Are you okay, you racist? What the fuck was that about? It was not Emma's idea. You literally jumped to that conclusion. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. He's a big man. For you. Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. That's why he was shot, Trucy. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info. Are these niggas from Borginia? Isn't that the fucking country from Dino Crisis? Am I losing my mind, or is that real? What the Borginia is Dino Crisis, right? Is that just a little nod? If so, that's pretty cool. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? That's true. It was us who found the body. What? I guess that's what I miss for watching the concert. I guess that's what I miss? What? Okay. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot, we entered the room. The killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make any sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here. I just thought that Borghini was a made-up name by Capcom. Yeah, I think it's also made up, but I think it's from Dino Crisis. How did they leave the room? That window is a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. Yeah, it's not a real country anyway. Yeah, no, I figured as much. Alright, so let's go ahead and look around. Alright, first things first. This fucking hand cannon. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver? That's right, a big 45? Okay. I should know, being from the region they claim it's in. What region is it based off of? Because Borginia sounds like... If Lammeror is from there as well, then, like... I don't want to be racist, but can you speak hieroglyphics, Nostalgia? Because that's a little bit weird. A big 4-5? Absolutely not. Yeah, alright. He is capping, Your Honor. But speaking of capping, a 45 revolver? My god. I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Well, I mean, niggas ain't from this country. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't... Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackoos when it happened. I know, I know. No one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. It's a reference to Dino Crisis? I thought so. Is it that powerful? A 45? It is big. It's a standard, like... Because the only reason why I'm saying that's crazy is because in the only other gun that we know of was a 22. And the 22 is relatively... I mean, you can tell just by the numbers alone, it being half of 45, the size of the bullet is a little bit bigger. 45 isn't that large. It's slightly bigger than a 9mm. Revolver added to the court record. Alright. That's a body, isn't it? Oh, period. Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Go ahead, Apollo. You're first. Me? No, you should go first, Trucy. Really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed. 45 is super strong according to the game. Any bullet is super strong. I think that's a big misconsensus among a lot of people. Any bullet is strong. Any bullet will kill somebody. It's just the bigger they look, the more menacing they look. Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep. Are you talking about my clothes? Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Oh. Bullet is a bullet. The only really difference is the piercing power, which only matters when there's walls and armor in the way. That's big correct. Okay, so I can examine his left hand. Apollo, look at his hand. He's holding something. Hey, no touching. You can throw all the snacks at me you like, Emma, but sooner or later, you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. See there? He's holding something. What's this? A keyring? Ooh. It's got a guitar. Is that a guitar-shaped key? That's crazy. Think it might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual keyring, and what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue. No, they have an explanation about how dangerous the gun is for the shooter? My god. The game really did Roman let us dirty with his music over his dead body? Yeah, like, what the fuck is going on right now? Listen to this music! Dog, if I die and they start playing this music, I got beef. Okay, I can examine the back of his head. Is that blood? Oh, I guess not. No. Alright. Alright. It's Emma's theme though? Yeah, of course, but you play this over my dead body, I want smoke. My ghost coming back. Alright, let's... Knocked over stool. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. Well, it's because you are. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borghinian? Well, I haven't got a clue, and I doubt those are. Look, there's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that. It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack. So that's where somebody witnessed it from? Imagine dying and somebody playing Animal Crossing music. Yeah, no, I need to come back. We need to have a talk. I was just saying it's possible. Right, no harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it is impossible. You could peek into the room through it though, you know? Thank you, Emma. Hairdryer. Seeing these mirrors? Okay. Yep. Guitar case. Nope. Alright. So we got these bullet holes. Just consider Pearl's theme? Yeah, nah. If they were playing Pearl's theme over a corpse, it would be crazy. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are 2 here in the wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. Also, I don't think a 45 is doing this. That's insane. I don't even think most rifle rounds can do that. The first shot must have missed. But there are 2 holes. Wouldn't that mean 2 misses? Not necessarily. If you have enough penetrating powder, you can leave an exit wound, which at close ranges of 45 can do. Yeah, not very powerful, but I mean, for what is this game rated? Teen? I guess. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Wouldn't have the same impact power either, though. But go ahead, let's keep capping. Ouch, sounds painful. No kidding, I wonder about this murder weapon. Got a TV? This is a big-ass TV. Apollo, look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV. Yeah, a wide flat-screen TV. I want one of those. Ladder? I was going to. You knew I was going to. I need to see if Apollo is of the same mindset, or if Trucy will correct him. You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law. Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you? Emma said it's powerful, it clearly must be. You didn't do the ladder last? I didn't notice a ladder. Man, fuck. Another ladder. No, Apollo, it's a step ladder. Trucy? Yeah! Yeah! Actually, it's technically a step ladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the step ladder and more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling? Oh. I still say it's a step ladder. Oh. Is it actually important? What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Ah, nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? Eh? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. Even the DGS games have one of those, but it doesn't involve a ladder. There was a step ladder in the garage for the entirety of the last case. I never noticed. And I didn't even go into the garage that much, to be fair. But yeah, no, I missed that one. That's on me. And that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy. I didn't do it. I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know. Of course, I don't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Alright, so we have a bucket of wine. Can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know. But still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Whoa, stop it. Are you too crazy? We need all the ladder content, restart the fucking game. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Please grow up. Case speaker. Speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphone. Useless for knowing when your set is coming up. Yeah, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. It made it hard to hear Mr. Latus's last words. That's true. Who's this? Ooh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma? You're not going to say, can I have it, please, are you? It already looks like you have one on your jacket, or cape, rather, Trucy, but... Oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Oh. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch. Is it from Lammeror's cloak? Question mark. Brooch added to the court record. Never understood the difference. Is it brooch? Is it brooch? I'll never know. I'll never care either. Alright. So. Is there any way you can check this for prints? So this is the murder weapon. Yeah, is there a difference? I have no idea. This revolver is incredibly heavy. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair, tell us. It's just, something about this revolver seems strange. Strange. Okay, well, I mean, I thought you were gonna talk to me about dusting it for prints, but... fuck. Talk. The murder weapon. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right. It's a 45. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Okay. Let's just take a step back. You could have said 44 mag. 44 Magnum, I would have been like, yeah, no, that definitely, maybe. 45? Maybe a slip-up. Might be a typo. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Strange bottom text. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I think they're just doing this for simplicity. Of course. Literally, they don't expect a lot of people to know about that. So they're just saying, they're stating for the people that wouldn't know that it's big and powerful. I just wonder how many people saw this and were like, oh, 45? Isn't that dangerous? When you think about it, Ace Attorney might be in the same universe as Dino Crisis. Poggers. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy, just to be sure it's spicy. Of course I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. And that's not a problem. There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. Dog! A 45? Come on, son. Ouch. It's like the shooter's the victim, too. Yet the killer used this revolver, and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high-caliber weapon. Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. Damn, not the squad. Since most of the others in the series so far have been like 22, I'd assume. Yeah, so I assume they're just driving home that it's a difference. Yeah, I guess. Like, for a dev, that's fine, as long as you're making the distinction so people know. It's just, as somebody that knows more than zero about gun calibers, that's just like, what? I suppose I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually we have to. Great, thanks. What did Von Karma get shot by? A 22. Von Karma got shot by a 22, what was his name? Hammond, was it? Got shot by a 22? And the crazy dude threw it in the lake, or jumped in the lake after shooting a 22? I know that the one from 1-1-4 was definitely a 22. She left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great, now how am I supposed to investigate? Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go. Huh? Go? Time's a-wasting, Apollo. We got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but... on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Oh, y'all ready for everything to not be why? Or not be fine? It's gonna be awful. Of course it will. Let's go. Somebody's gonna come and tamper with the fucking crime scene. I can smell it. July 7th, backstage hallway. Who the Who the fuck? We didn't just imagine that, did we? I don't remember the last case's pistol. Yeah, I don't think it was ever stated, but assumably it's not. It wasn't super big or super strong, because if it was, then Waki would have been shot as well, right? I just saw the most disturbing best anime list. Pogare. He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever that was, he sure looked suspicious. Are there just magician niggas afoot? Because that's dangerous. Who the fuck was that nigga? July 7th, in the wings. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Achtung. You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gaviners, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on his guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. Huh? What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I'd bet. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted. My guitar has been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. Get these fucking badgers out of my face. Dog, every time I see one, I think they're just taunting me. They knew. They knew in the past, and then said, hey, people are gonna have problems lining up this jar. So, let's go ahead and, put him everywhere from now on. And it only started with this case. Why is this man wearing his hair like that one guy in Bobobo? I don't know. What was all that about? Like, Shark Man. I get it. Hey man, don't blame me. There was 2-2 with Mimi Miney. I think those are all the 4 shootings before this. Yeah, that sounds about right. We haven't seen a lot of gun. We've seen more blunt force trauma than guns, which makes sense if this is trying to be Japan, California, where guns are incredulously rare. You're the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny? Oh, it looks like Sharkman did it. That's what it's looking like. Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical directions bands are always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. Guns are hard to find, aren't they? Incredulously. In America, awful. What are you two doing here? Hiya. No. No, no, no. Stop that. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry, wait, you were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Virginia, Detective Crescend? What? Darian Crescend? What? What did he just call him? Detective? I don't think anyone shouldn't be caught with a gun, right? No, never. I guess they can argue the straw man that this would be the 2025, so still the future. I see you still haven't changed the silencer. Of course not. If somebody's gonna hit themselves, I want it to be funny. We're gonna let it rock because some people might not know. Greetings. Oh, what a pompadour. Darian Crescend, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. Hello. Criminal Affairs? Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gaviners, do you? And you didn't either until today. What are we talking about here? Are we quite fucking serious? Like, can you just calm the hell on? Or down, rather, not on. Don't calm on. Calm down. Also, the fact that they're setting up him as a detective, it makes it seem like he would have some knowledge and use with guns, right? So I'm leaning hard on Sharkman, since game 1 is 2016 and this is 9 years later. Ah, right. Calm up. Phase the calm up. What's going on, Reshi? Something tells me that this is about to be remedied. Thank you, Gavin's theme. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder, what else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit of parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Lettuce than I do. For now, at least. Huh? You were the ones who found the body, huh? While we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on the things we found. Alright, Gaviners. Oh! I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. Prosecutor Gavin needs to get better at this German efficiency thing. Yeah, just throwing Fraulein, like, you're throwing Mr., Mrs., yes, and caution around. Caution / warning. Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police. Like the other rock band. The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. If you were to choose Your Turn to Die mode, do you even have an idea or not a clue? I'd probably pick a So mode. One of his sprites. Yeah, it was kind of interesting that that Apollo fucking capped out or put the police in caps like the rock band. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 years hard time for love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness. The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk. Just like today. Forehead is even a shorter name for justice. Yeah, like what? Come on. The concert today, a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who Mr. Q. So scheming or my smiling with a knife? I don't know why you think I like my. Nigga, you like my. The Miss Q. They were arguing about that before. Grade A love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. What? How many tormented artists have you questioned? What's this Miss Q you keep talking about? Ha, you heard it, didn't you? From the audience? Actually, I didn't notice anything. See, no amateur's gonna pick up on that. Dog. Nah, he did it. Fuck off. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this. What's that? A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far. Might as well go all the way. I always wanted to learn about the recording industry. Fuck my, but the smiling with a knife is a common emote type. How about no? This is but one of the devices used in recordings. Oh, and I can turn down. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. Use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Are you going to show me that you can... Alright. Wow. Wow, neat. So, could you say hear only the drum part? Of course, that's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. If I was the only one smiling with a knife, it could be Kai with a knife. Dog, we have to get so. I don't give a fuck about these damn knife people. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you want to hear on the bottommost bar. Like so. Oh, there it is. Now listen. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again closely. Oh, 2 dropped. Ah, the timing's a little off, isn't it? It's free. If you don't like it, you're wrong and will be given hope bullets on site. Nope. Nope. There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect. Here he goes again. Right, Herr Amateur, you will prove my point. Huh? Me? You will find the miscue. I'm agreeing with you. Why are you saying no? I'm saying no because I don't think hope bullets can just be passed around like that. You tell us which part is the guilty part. But how? Did I not just explain it? Use these sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo. I guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. Use the sliders to adjust volumes. Press the section of the song you wish to hear on the bottom bar. Sliders in the bar. Got it. Once you find the guilty part, press the corresponding number. Time to rock. Alright, first things first. This party's off. I came here for a murder, not a fucking lesson in music mixing. Yeah. I mean, we're doing it anyways. Also, this could lead into the case because if he missed his cue, it could be he wasn't performing at all. Right? Or got somebody to just stand on stage and look like they were performing. Which is that? Second guitar. Guilty. It was you, Darian. Ah, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well, that's all you have to say. That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. Starting to feel like we were just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. Yeah, it's important. I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? Alright, so, we got some shit. Also, we have some evidence to talk about. Do you know who could have owned this? Also, more importantly... Oh. Oh. Whoa. Any bullets left? The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see? Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast. I guess. You know what I always used to think? I used to think that the closest sound to Wonder Bar was One Liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy. Alright, is that all I have? Put your Twitch Prime in the bag. Yikes, don't put that thing in me. Oh, you can actually see the rifling inside the barrel. That's pretty cool. Don't worry, I'm an old hand with firearms. I have one that shoots bullets. I don't want it shooting any bullets, thank you. Chris Mike in narration is giving 2009 playthrough vibes. I don't... Are you... Alright, thank you, I guess, Omnipotent? Are you new to the stream or something? Because this has been going on for a while. I don't know if you're new here. A cat comes out of a gun? I can tell by your expression you've never heard that trick. It's a great one. Honestly, that one sounds halfway interesting. Alright, so... Do you know who this might be? Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk about that right now. Even I can only take so much in one day. Funny, I always thought of Prosecutor Gavin as one of those cool stoic types. The sort that never complains. How wrong I was. Well, this... I was wondering if you knew anything about this. Sure you meant the word itself? Perfect. That? Does it look familiar? Familiar? It's mine. That's my keyring. Perfect. Yeah, no. Darian's trying to frame Clavier. Great. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was... Yeah, I know. Thanks, anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim, you mean Mr. Lettuce had my keys? Indeed. When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give her that. Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us. And we'll keep mum about the keyring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? Well, are you gonna talk? You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting. And something about your guitar case being busted. Did you get the other album tour names from the Gaviners by examining the poster in the hallway? I was grabbing a drink just as you were on that part. I don't think I did. You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. It happened all this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring. It's got all my keys on it, yeah? My bike key, my car key, the key to my guitar case. Okay. So, two of these didn't work. You had to use your car key. Wait, so this keyring... It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared. I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... The very one. Up in flames. And right on stage, too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Lettuce's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Lettuce dies. Yes, and? Could it all really be just a coincidence? Coincidence? Meaning... Darian, can you make any sense of all of this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? Huh? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, are you, Fraulein? I am. What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today. Well, I have noticed. They're all just kind of being bad for him. You know, something was bugging me too. That keyring, the guitar, and the body. Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am. Huh? No, give Hair Forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection, shall we? Evidence? I better think of something pronto. I mean, everything in the song kind of has meaning, so the lyric sheet... Come on, let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles? When you stole away the keys... burning on in my heart, like a bullet of love, take my life away, yeah. It's this, isn't it? A lyric sheet, the guitar's serenade. What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles. Maybe it is a coincidence. Perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song. What? No way. Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's listen in the order they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet. First, the keyring was stolen. And not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. That's right here. Yeah, so the way the keys my heart held onto so tight, yeah. This is a heart holding keys. And next, his guitar burst into flames. Fire burned my love away. And then Mr. Latus was killed. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today, here, this song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based his crime on the lyrics. But who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein. That's a cute sprite. Definition of cute sprite. She looks pleased. Lyrics predicting the crime. Clavier? Seems a bit more than just coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder. The keyring might have been dropped on accident. If the victim was holding it. Hard to think that that was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics? That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borginian embassy about this Mr. Latus. Alright, thanks, Darian. I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here. Sure, bud. Sharkman did it. I can smell it. His blood in the water. Like a shark would leave. Or would a shark leave? Sharks are no, sharks are attracted to blood in the water, right? Or is that misconception? I honestly don't know. Like I've been told very many things of sharks, and I don't know which is true or not. However, for a national, Mr. Latus was killed. It seems like that would have to be the point of all of this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves, yeah? Yeah. I guess this is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin. They're attracted to blood and electric currents? What the fuck is an electric current? That leaves Lamaror out to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamaror is now? I had her go to my dressing room. With the pianist, Machi Tobaye, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Latus's sudden passing. The Governor's dressing room. Got it. Alright. Well, can we even talk to Lamaror? So... Can we talk... Can Machi translate for her? July 7th, backstage hallway. Hey! Who the fuck... Who's there? There he goes again. Who is that guy? Huh? Trucy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. So he is a friend of yours. No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Curiouser and curiouser. Alright. Governor's dressing room. Let's go. July 7th, Governor's dressing room. Ah, Lamaror. Oh. You bitch. You speak English. I knew it was right. I knew it was right to not trust her. And I only speak in hieroglyphs. No, yeah. Alright then. I heard that Mr. Latus has died. Lamaror, you speak? I mean, you speak English. Ah, yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia, but I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Latus your interpreter? Ah, that. Yes, well, it was Mr. Latus's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your pianist is also... Don't tell me he can't speak. No, Machi Tobaye is Borginian. He does not speak English. Damn it! So he's effectively blind and mute. Fuck! Now please tell me. Or blind, air quotes around blind. What has happened to Mr. Latus? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Latus was... Trucy. Huh? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. But Mr. Latus is Lamaror's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect. All we've been told is to wait here in this room. It's very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course, I am always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamaror. Oh, damn it. Is that nigga on the left shooting a Kamehameha? What is that? That's a sick hieroglyph. What is it, Machi? What? But you'd be alone. What seems to be the problem? Machi, he's not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Oh, while we ask some questions? Nah, nigga, sit down. Just sit right there while we ask these questions. Sure, of course. Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? This is nice. This is real comfy music. Alright. Talk to me about yourself. The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? I've never even heard of it. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Lamaror, you're not from Borginia originally. Were you born here? Well... Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. That said, imagine. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes, it is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginese in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. A painter in what? She travels the world, turning the sight she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop while you're ahead, Trucy. This landscape painter in sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the Siren of the Ballad, right? Yes, in Borginese, Lammeror means the silent, or the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Alright, talk to me about that little boy. Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. I met him while singing in restaurants in Virginia. He's an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. What is that supposed to mean? What, like, can non-orphans not play the piano well? Fuck you, what are you trying to say? Even though he's an orphan, he plays exquisitely? Like, do orphans just suck at piano naturally? Is that what I'm supposed to be taking from that? Come on. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale almost. I notice he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first I hesitated dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? Well, here's the question. If we leave here and he's not right outside the door getting a breath of fresh air, that nigga guilty. And that's all I have to say about that. He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are Lammeror. Together always. So, if you two together are Lammeror, you two together are the Siren. Yeah, so then Machi definitely has to be the witness. Because Lettuce would have known that. Mr. Lettuce was my new manager. New? Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Lettuce at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter. Interpreter, even though you speak English. Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Lettuce from the Republic of Borginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin says we weren't to talk to anyone. Mr. Oh, yeah. So you know he was killed even though we didn't tell you? So... Ho ho! Where the fuck the boy at? Siren of the Ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known. In 3 months? The Siren, that's what he meant. Huh? Apollo? You are the Siren, right, Lammeror? That is the meaning of my name in Borginese, yes. It was the name my producer gave me, but why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the Siren was you. What do you mean important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Yeah. Yeah. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? When we found Mr. Lettuce, he was still alive. What? Yeah, it's very clear that she knew, but she doesn't know the entire details. I heard him say something. His last words. Yep. Ask witness. The witness is the siren. He said siren, really? I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Latou said that. Ask the witness. And you're the siren, Lammeror. Did you see what happened? Ooh. Lammeror? Might I ask, are you with the Don't protect the boy. Well, no, I'm a defense attorney. An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes? Is that a problem? Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But Lammeror, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us? I believe we are through here. I believe so. Well, can I ask her about this? That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch, yes. Well, it may be mine. Yours, Lammeror? I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Chris, it's time. Time for what? What is it time for? It's 2:45, 2:46, 47, 2:47. What's it time for? Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lammeror's. Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it. So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Is something wrong, Apollo? What was this brooch doing at the crime scene? Well, it was her dressing room, nigga. Oh, fuck. Gallus with a gift to Omnipotent Creature. Welcome to the family, Omnipotent. Thank the man. Thank you very much, Gallus. So, this is Lammeror's. Neat. I think we're pretty much all done here. If we go back into this hallway and the man wearing yellow is here again. Oh, thank fucking God. Alright, so we didn't examine the poster last time we were in here, did we? Concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour. I love that name. Guilty as Charged? Seems kind of negative to me. Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Shushi presents the Innocent as Charged tour. It kind of loses its impact, doesn't it? That's gonna be the vending machine. I can already tell. Oh, wait, rip? What? Oh, well, I mean, it did one thing for us. They told us some of the song names, but I don't think it had to do with that postcard. Must have been something else. Yeah, I think Emma told us some other song names that they had, but that's pretty much all I got. Dog. Gallus with another one to Base God D-Dreg. Welcome to the family, D-Dreg. Thank you, Gallus. Thank the man. Gallus hitting big 60. What's up with that? What else can we look at? Do we have anything in the court record we got to present to somebody? No? Profiles? We can look at those. Phoenix still in the court record? Damn. She's 40? Bad as fuck. For 40. My god. Lammeror's favorite pianist. He is blind. He's 14. Damn. You're missing exactly what I was missing. I really hope it's not stupid. Wait, this guy's the same age as Phoenix during the first game? Wait, how... Clavier is like what? Clavier's the same age. Damn, I thought Clavier was older. What the fuck am I missing? Is it something in the dressing room? Move, nigga. No, I wanted to examine. Move. What could I possibly... Is it this? Look, it's a postcard of Lammeror. We've already looked at this. Never mind. Oh, but now she's here. Is it different text just because she's here? This is how it would translate, roughly. Please, take one. A landscape painter and sound. That's a nice image. Yes! Well, can we... I mean, you just told us about it. Would you mind taking a look at... Oh, yeah, no. Non. It's wrong. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusals I've heard. Alright. There we go. I swear to God if this nigga is still here. Well, who's there now? Oh. Ah, it's you. Where were you? Emma. Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. Oops, maybe this is about leaving the crime scene. It's definitely about leaving the fucking crime scene. But what exactly happened? Did somebody steal the murder weapon? What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. Oh, fuck. What's gone? The body's gone. Also, the way Trucy is drawn, it's similar to Hidari's style. You could literally drop her render into Echoes and it'd fit right in. I agree with that. Echoes DLC character. Trucy right. But somebody... You mean to tell me somebody stole that big-ass nigga from the dressing room? Who in the fuck? Eh? Mr. Latus's body has disappeared. What? July 8th, dressing room. Ah, Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Latus's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Damn. Somebody really did steal that big-ass nigga. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the There's no need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves the cadaver. There will plenty of time to wonder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Latus's body just disappear? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Daria? See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room. Geeter? His guitar. That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen. This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. Alright, so... let's go see if we can find somebody doing some illegal shit. July 8th, 12:57 a.m. in the wings. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Yeah, this thing is raised. Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. It wasn't last time. That stage there must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Lammeror and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there up against the wall? Now that's a ladder. It's got rungs and shit. We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of things ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. I fuck with Apollo. That is definitely me. Stop whining and start climbing. Didn't look that high from below, really? But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 20 feet down. Fuck heights, all my homies hate heights. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Was the body up here? We found two things we were looking for and one thing we never expected to find. Oh! What? Okay, so... blind fucker can see. I've had enough of this. Nah, he can see. Stevie Wonder can see. Fuck that. Absolutely not. He had access to both the guitar in the dressing room as well as the body in Lammeror's dressing room because nobody was watching it. He stepped out as we were asking Lammeror about certain things, and now he's up here? Nah, little nigga can see. Fuck that. Yeah, sure, bud. July 8th, 10:09 a.m., Write Anything Agency. Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Well, we'll be defending him either way. Wait, if we're defending him, is he guilty? Ooh. No, because if he fired the gun, that little nigga cannot fire a gun like if they're presenting a 45 as being hyper powerful, like it's a fucking 50, then yeah, maybe maybe he shouldn't have been able to fire it and be fine. So is he an accomplice? Is that the question? Because I still think Sharkman did it, but does he have something over on Lil Man to make him like move the body or do anything weird? Because if he was the witness, then that's probability of something, right? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobaye, the blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Letouce. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Why are you here? Morning. Prosecutor Gavin. What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me, too. We performed together at that night, after all, yet... The powers that be say that given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lammeror was invited from Borginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be really want. Well, those are circumstances, alright. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? Hair forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. What? What did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. I can't fucking talk to him! He? You mean Machi. Machi wants me. This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lammeror. Right, later. I hope I'm up to this. July 8th, detention center, visitors room. So, how we gonna talk to this man? Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid could have done something like so terrible. You said that already. I can translate, don't worry. Pogger. Okay, Machi. Everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you. Hi. Maybe you can tell us about last night. we're fucked. Huh? It's a wrap. That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything he's ever known. Is Phoenix still at the hospital? Nah, he checked himself out. Phoenix is just bullying at home. Phoenix just sitting at home watching fucking daytime TV. He's watching Days of Our Lives or some shit. Maybe Lamaror can help? But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Yep. He said, "What the fuck are you saying?" Fair enough. Phoenix retired? Yeah, he lost his badge 7 years ago. Assumably for presenting false evidence, which I think smells like cap. Well, what are we gonna do? That's, a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this, and hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Yeah, we're done. To be continued. Oh. What's up, Sosa? Day 2 trial? We're going into trial already? I mean, fair enough, but how the fuck we gonna do that? So, in 7 years, right? Phoenix lost his badge. Miles went to go cool around the world. Gumshoe retired. What else? What do we got? The judge is still here. Hope you had a good talk with your client before the trial. Yeah, it was fantastic. July 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for, how do I say that? Machi Tobaye, Your Honor, the pixie of the arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, Herr Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Is his brother in the hospital? No. I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them while they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial. Chief Justice's son. Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. I assume this is going to be important. Mile went home with pearls. Yeah, they're taking care of Karain as the rightful master and disciple. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, and Larry has just gone off and done whatever the fuck. I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. You're in luck here, Judge. I believe you'll be going to your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case, Romain Letous, age 35. The global manager for Diva Songstress, Lamaror. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. Autopsy report. Yay! 45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering. Crime photo added. Alright then. 2 shots were fired. One shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. Diagram added to the court record. So, from where he was standing, presumably, he got shot through that little window. Somebody stuck their hand in and shot him through the fucking little window on the wall. That's the only way the bullets could have actually hit the wall and went through him. And we're talking about a .45 caliber revolver. We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. The dressing room has only one entrance, this door. It does seem to be the case, yes? However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Clavier. Exactly, this murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobaye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime. But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Let the witness please take the stand. Hey, Emma. Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky, I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know? I'm sure that makes you feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. Alright. Murderous circumstances. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way are allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. That's not necessarily true, but go off. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we'll need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Alright. I think we gotta just press everything. Security. Yep. I hit Q again on my keyboard. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was Detective doing on security detail, I might ask? Or might I ask? If it was only a concert, my thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Clavier. Well, isn't it obvious? My keys, that whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show, I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Here he goes. I was on stage the whole time, Your Honor. Love, slow acting and new. At your queen is waiting for you. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor adrift on the sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I wonder what conspiracy smells like. I don't know. There's a lot of people we could maybe ask about that, but we'll never know ourselves. I see. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean time on their hands? I didn't get ignored. Poggers! Please, the testimony. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. I wasn't involved in the concert, and I was allowed backstage. We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I give the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So now their outsiders were there then. Wait, no, that's false. But we don't have any other piece of evidence. Because we don't know who that fucking yellow man is. Or the man in yellow, rather. Is that racist? That's not racist. I promise it's not. And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. 2 shots, right? I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos. Which you're doing right. Who let you in court like this? Ah, hey, no snacking in court. And you're sure the shots came from Lammeror's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Ah, thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. So Emma can't snack, but Godot can sip coffee? I called Godot out multiple times for it. Nobody would do anything about it. Yeah, no, the shots came from the Gaviner's room. That's why we ran into the Lammeror's room and found the fucking body there. Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went to the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. Judge had a 3-course meal mid-verdict. Yeah, nah. She can definitely eat these chocolate-covered pretzels, or whatever they are. Rock. Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring to perhaps this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? Boomer Judge. That's right, when we went into the dressing room. Music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through these speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. We walked into the room. The band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, except for the motherfucker who missed his cue! Come on, Gavin! Even you have to figure that one out. Including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. Shut up. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know that there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. What was one of the song titles again? My boyfriend is the prosecution's witness or something like that? Yeah, that was one of them. Ah. But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. It doesn't fit, though, with where the bullets are. Are you... Why is everybody stupid? Why is everybody stupid so early? Like, it's crazy. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant, the pixie of the arpeggio, fitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Herr Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant Machi Tobaye's fingerprints. What? Yeah, I have no doubt that he went up into the vent, but it doesn't fit with where the victim was shot, because he was shot in the shoulder. And if it went straight through, it would have to be on an angle. It wouldn't have hit the wall directly in a straight line from the shoulder, right? Also, he would have some, like, determining mark of shooting the gun, right? Because we're saying it's this big, fuck-off, powerful hand cannon, right? It would have broke the dude's wrist. We all said that he had to be familiar with the weapon in order to fire it. How does Machi fit? It doesn't. He doesn't fit at all. But I digress. You'd think niggas would know that. Now he can handle it, his real name Macho Tobacco? Okay. That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Herr Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our Pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was whooping it up in the audience. So this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. What? The prosecution is a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. I've heard someone refer to air vents as heaven before. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. But, you know, Clavier is nothing but a little bit weird, right? So, simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. It's been 5 minutes, nigga, calm down. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit, I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. Apollo, hit him. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, the prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. We better come up with something quick. I know. Think, what can get us out of this? Well, I mean, something that only we know, the fact that the victim said there was a witness. We need evidence or a witness that can provide Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that, Mr. Justice, you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case. If you do, you'd better tell us about it now. This is it. It's so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants the contradicting proof. Call a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, At Your Queen, My Love. There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness. Oh, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge that the prosecution clearly does not? Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him and just now. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Flashback scene. Fuck. Do I gotta see the whole thing? Come on. Okay. Yes. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Herr Forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it, but apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. Yes, bitch, I can. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution, I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. Don't play your guitar. There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. This is the only one I can present right now. I still think Machi is the witness he was actually talking about, but in order to not take some damage like that, I have to call Lammeror. Because as far as Apollo knows, she's only referred to as the siren, so that's the only thing Apollo could gain from that. Given my knowledge as the player is a little bit more speculatory, we have to go with the hard facts. Lammeror, recall Mr. Latus's last words. We just fucking get out of here. The siren. Aha, he meant the siren. That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lammeror. Lammeror was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. You'd expect to see that scene some more times. I've been told that it plays a lot. I just didn't expect them to back-to-back it like that. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lammeror to the witness stand. Lammeror would say nothing that night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. He's expecting it. You are too kind. You can speak English. Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lammeror suffers from amnesia. What bull cap is big cap? I can smell it. Amnesia. Lammeror is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. I mean, why? Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. You're lying to me. You told me that you remember having fucking Latus give you that name. Why are you lying in the courtroom? She's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Lammeror, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet, I do not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lammeror. Thank you. If there is something I do not understand, I am being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lammeror, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. Time for some cap. It's time. What I saw. As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then why was your brooch found backstage, Lammeror? Come on. You can't. You just have to calm down. I will get you every single time on this. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. Also, you knew that he had been shot. Like, or you knew that he was dead, right? Not shot, but you knew that something bad had happened to him. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her any longer than need be. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. What's up, Exalted? Lammermoor wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. Alright. It's time to present the brooch. Move, text. I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. No, that's wrong! I'm sorry, Lammermoor, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Well, that's Lammermoor. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, here I go. What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lammermoor, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Oh. Damn. Alright then. What is the meaning of this? Lammermoor, please explain. Lammermoor? I'm gonna leave Chris alone. What'd you do? What's going on? Go ahead, say it. She says English is quite difficult. The trick's not going to work here. Oh, hey. No. No, absolutely not. You go back to English right now. Press 1. Press 1, nigga. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Dog. The one of the dude shooting the fucking Kamehameha is sick. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right, when the incident occurred. Ah, is she talking about that? Yep, we left. Damn, we speaking in wingdings. Yep. What? Okay. Okay, I get it. Yes. Heard that clack. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this is when your brooch was dropped? That explains that. Dude, it was like in the room. It wasn't like she just looked in the door and then dropped that shit. She walked into the room. Like, what? It does. There were no other times I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch. Hair forehead. She has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course, but the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Hair forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. I closed the door immediately. Say brooch like roach? No. I'm not gonna say brooch. It's brooch. Fuck you. Somebody put it in chat earlier, right? Brooch versus brooch. Let's see. Okay, so as a verb, broach means to pierce, break open, or open up. The verb broach also means to introduce a topic for discussion or make something known for the first time. As a noun, broach refers to a tapered cutting tool or hold made by such a tool. The noun brooch refers to an ornamental pin that's usually worn at the neck. So let's listen, right? Brooch pronunciation. Apparently, it's broach. What? No, I don't want to practice it. I want to hear it.
Broach. 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 Broach.
Now let's look at the roach one. Oh, it even went back to brooch or broach.
Broach.
Oh,
Broach.
oh. Look at you. Look at you and look at you. Are you going for a Habercorn-esque voice for Apollo? Yeah, but like more high pitched cuz he's young. He's a young dude. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lammeror, you did look into the room though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. Oh, it's bracelet time, niggas. Alright, so it was just for a moment. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Latus's body was behind a wall. Bracelet time. You saw nothing. What could it be, though? Oh, you're swallowing. Gotcha! The late Mr. Latus's body, you say? Yes? You know something more about Mr. Latus's death than you are saying. What? Dog, this slowdown of the cross-examination music is great. It's like, it's such a small touch, but it adds a lot. I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It's literally just chopped and screwed cross-examination. Fuck. It is true, it was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? One moment, Lammeror. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. I like this perceived thing, but I would have liked them not to hold your hand as much as what they do, or as much with it as they do. Yeah, I agree. In the first couple cases, they're just like, hey, this new mechanic, learn how to use it. Learn how to use it right now. Also, when you have to use it in a moment, you're gonna have to learn to use it again. Like, this one is nice, right? Like, obviously, the bracelet icon becomes highlighted when you're supposed to be doing it. And if you want some added difficulty, you could have it always be there and try to perceive that. But I think it's nice. I think it was good when they did it this time, right? It's kind of hard for you to drop a mechanic like this on a player and have them just know how to do it the first couple times. So I understand why they were holding your hand for the first couple uses of it. Yeah, you used it case 1, but maybe you weren't used to it by then. So I guess that's why they did it, to make sure everybody knew exactly what they were supposed to be doing. Lammeror, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony. Eh? How could that be? Take this. Lammeror contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. You couldn't have seen the body if you just peeked into the room. Yeah, probably it just feels like a lot when it's half the game. Yeah, that's fair. It is you who just contradict. What? You just contradicted yourself. Your evidence is meaning. What? Wrong evidence? How? What? Are, what did she say again? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? Are you serious? Tell me, Lammeror, how did you know he had been shot? Well, she said she peeked into the room. Are you... Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. She literally just said that she peeked into the room and knew he was shot. Now, I'm not a fucking moron. However, what would be the fucking point of saying that? That seems like it's supposed to intentionally trip you up. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm stupid. But that seems like, am I gonna have to present the diagram in a moment anyway, just to prove that she couldn't have known that she could have seen the body? Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Latus had been shot. How could you have known? Oh, there we go. Broken. Although I will say I like Perceive a little bit more as a mechanic than Cyclox. I think it's much more interesting. Lammeror, you weren't hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. Now, if she says something about being able to see the gun, or see the fucking the holes on the wall, or see his body, or see his shoulder and see the hole in it, then that's cap. Right? Then I'm pissed. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I'm gonna go fill my cup up. Yes, because if you looked in the room for half of a fucking second, you would be able to tell that there's bullet holes on the wall. Because now I present the diagram, right? Shut the fuck up. Lammeror, they call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. Put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lammeror, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were on the wall the door is on. You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen the bullet holes and part of the body. Lammeror. Yes? I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. He was going to raise a good point the first time, but apparently we had to penalize him for that. It appears you've been holding back something. And I must tell you what I saw? Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to avoid you tarnishing it. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. What? But she knew how Mr. Lettuce died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lammeror. Very well. Lammeror, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. What I saw, too, was on the way from stage to the backstage exit. There's a little window there. That's how I saw it. What? As Cap. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. So you did witness the crime. And the killer was a grown person, you say? This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Herr Forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination. What do you think so far? I think this case is a little bit dumb. I think the Shark Man did it. I think he did it because he's pissed at Gavin. I think he's trying to frame Gavin and, you know, get him in trouble because he planted his keys there. He would have access to it. He also has access to a gun and probable cause to know how to use a gun, and not, well, as they keep bringing up this revolver as being fuck off powerful and really strong. So if he's a detective, he knows how to use his gun, right? So all the signs are pointing to Darian, and I don't know why. I don't even know why we're bothering wasting time questioning about the fucking kid, right? Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lammeror. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. What I saw too. Paul Gare. So it was a grown person, is what you're saying. Because I think Machi was in the room, and she's just trying to protect Machi. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it, but it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Talk to me about it. Okay, remember when I said Game 2, Case 3 was the worst case in the series, but there was another contender? Were you talking about this one? Because... Were you talking about Krillin? Because it's a little bit annoying. A grown person, that's a little vague. I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man, a young man. And you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem that you would have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Lettuce? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Lettuce who spoke, I would have known. Is he gonna play like, oh, it was the speaker while we were performing our song? You could have heard us? Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Apollo, this is a good testimony. This proves it wasn't Machi. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, this would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense opinions of this testimony? It's contradictory. I mean, the nigga couldn't have got out the fucking dressing room. Now, it pains me to say this. There's something about Lammeror's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Herr Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. At least you'll meet the most amazing human specimen next case. Oh boy. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lammeror has to be lying. I know, and it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as Herefordhead says. Yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Lammeror, I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? I said that. That was me. That's my line. Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? When somebody says your joke louder in the class and they get all the laughs for it? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure... Clavier. Lammeror, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. Even though I came in late, I'm gonna put Turnabout Big Top over this just because I really like the characters. I still think Turnabout Big Top is just awful. Just because Turnabout Big Top, literally everything is done by, like, not even miscommunication. It's by accident. Literally everything happens on accident. Oh, well, who was the victim? The victim is the victim because it was on accident. The ringleader did not mean to go down there, or wasn't supposed to go down there. It was supposed to be his daughter. Oh, well, why does the person want to kill his daughter? Well, that was an accident because this guy wanted to show off for a girl and stick his head in the lion's mouth, but the lion sneezed because of the girl. That was an accident. The girl doesn't fucking understand that because she has a very narrow view of the world and its understanding, so she doesn't understand that she actually ended up killing the fucking, the acrobat, right? So it's kind of whatever. Like, at least with, I'm gonna say it right now, these past two cases, they've just been really, like, assuming that Darian actually is the killer, which all the evidence, at least in my mind, points to. Everything right now seems like it's super easy to figure out. And I don't know if it's because it's an Ace Attorney game that doesn't have Phoenix Wright as the lead or as the playable character, but it feels like they're kind of tossing me underhand softball pitches. The only thing Acro is being mad at her. Also, the way that people, like, get shown how the murder weapon is presented, like, everybody sees it, oh, and they're like, oh, it was definitely Max. He was wearing the cloak and the hat. And it's like, no. What happened is when this giant fucking statue hit him in the head, there was a cloak snagged on the like, it popped up and snagged on the statue, and everybody thought Max was flying away. Like, it's just dumb, right? Like, it's completely, like, coincidental that happened. Because had it not happened, that case would have just been open and shut. It would have been like, okay, who stole the Max Galactica bust? That was it. Then you solve the case. Like, with this, it's just the facts as they're presented to you. You can easily make your logic jump to the end of the case, the same as you could for the previous case. Like, granted, I got some minor details wrong. Like, I thought Alita was a member of the Rivales gang, but no, that wasn't the case. But overall, I got it pretty much spot on, right? Like, all I did was get Alita's affiliation wrong. She was just a nurse. So, like, there's a lot in this case that's also pretty easy to put together, but none of it is circumstantial thus far, right? At least to me. But she's the only eyewitness we have. So you say, and the victim named her the Siren as the witness. That's right. What Mr. Latou said. We heard your claim, we even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Herr Judge. Yes? The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. We shouldn't have even let her up in the first place if her memory was faulty. But that's another question for another day. But if Lamaror can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Danke. Now, where were we? Yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lamaror's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Hair Forehead? I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the same thing twice. You perform songs. Do songs not have a chorus, or you have to repeat the same lines? You moron! And I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Guy. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latus's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Yeah, but we've determined that that is Cap. Ah, yes, there was only one in the room. Only one door in the room. And a witness, you, was standing in front of it. The air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. That's false. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it any better myself. She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh? What's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances? Again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice about to be heat. So, I would like to say something about that because I was trying to figure out how to run Dual Destinies, because Dual Destinies, as I said before, does not work on mobile emulator for some reason. So I got it and I got Spirit of Justice on 3DS running off of the Citra emulator. So we will be playing those in native 3DS quality. So the overall graphical quality will drop, but we will be playing those games. Just to make it certain. Like I saw them running on somebody had them running on 4K internal resolution. My machine is not strong enough for that. So we will be playing those two games. However, they will not be, I would say, graphically on par with these previous games that we've been playing. There'll be a little bit of a drop in quality, but I assume that was going to look the way anyways, just because we're moving to models as opposed to sprites, which you can't really animate. You can't really draw over a model and make it look really good unless you're taking a lot of time. So either way, she's right. Why did Mr. Latus's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. It won't be noticeable compared to sprites. Yeah, of course. A perceptive observation, Herr Judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. The Spirit of Justice pursuit theme might be down there with question. No. Fuck. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? Don't listen to him? I don't know, man. As long as I get overtaken, is fine. The missing body. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match with Lamaror's song. No one in this country could have a motive to kill the victim. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Now, I need to know what that I need to know what that fucking signature is. Lammeror's song? Yes, the Guitar Serenade. You notice it's code too, did you not? It's code. You brought it up! All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. Oh yeah, Chris, what FE titles have you not played yet? I haven't played anything before Blazing Blade. Or Binding Blade, excuse me. So everything before 6. No, that's not true. I played Thracia. I haven't played like 1 or 2. So I haven't played the really old ones, but primarily for that is because I don't fuck with antiquated gameplay, and I've been told that those ones are pretty awful. And after playing 4, I was just kind of like, yeah, no, I've had enough awful for today, so I'm just going to stop. But I did look up story summaries of them once upon a time. Binding Blade is so garbage. Hey, look, man, I had to know. I had to know. I actually really like Binding Blade's characters. I fuck with it. I admit I've forgotten about the song. I wouldn't force you to play Guidance hard enough after going through Echoes. Yeah, of course. But yeah, no, I'm down to play some Fire Emblems on stream. I'm going to be playing after, I don't know, maybe after this, maybe after not Spirit of Justice, after Dual Destinies, I'm going to be streaming RE3 Remake, but we'll worry about that when we get there, okay? But there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs, but killing? It's a wild world out there, Hair Judge. I gotta scratch my ear. Chris will be a Fire Emblem stream after I use these 150k points. Yeah, about that. How many points are you at right now, Gallus? Gotta be a lot, I would assume, by now. Very well. You've heard one song and dance, let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm gonna be doing much singing. Mein God. Chris is gonna do the RE3 remake on the hardest difficulty. Yeah, I'm considering playing on Nightmare. Cause I've heard that the difficulty has been like downgraded since 2, and I played through 2 on hardcore, and I was fine with that. So we'll probably be going through on Nightmare. Nemesis is about to beat your ass. I was abusing that man in the demo. In the demo, I was dodging through all of his shit. Now I'm going to have to relearn that dodge time because I've been playing other things, but don't worry about that. The missing body. Now I need to hear about that signature. The speed up. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. Correct. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. I heard some people say the dodge time is different. Ooh. What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes. The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? The dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very, unless you're fucking blind. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed? Also, if he couldn't see, how did he know he hit him? I just don't get it. Okay, maybe he was like, maybe obviously Latus could have let out like a scream or an ah, but we didn't hear anything like that from outside of the room. We heard the 2 gunshots, a crash, then we went into the room. And the crash could have been somebody tossing the gun inside. So, what are we talking about here? There is a lot to assume, and we're just readily saying blind man shot him. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun, poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. Yeah, exactly. So if the speaker was going off, how did he know that he hit him at all? A blind shooter. He could have heard the body drop over the speakers? Cap. Also, if he's firing, he wasn't wearing ear pro. So okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. You shoot a gun while, like, especially if you're a child and you can't hold the gun that far away from yourself because your arms aren't super long, and you're holding it close to you and you fire, that gunshot is and you fire twice, your ears are gonna be ringing for a while. You're not gonna hear a body drop, especially over the speakers playing. If you're hearing returns to normal pretty quick, assuming you're using that big of a gun, you're going to have your ears ringing, and then you're going to hear the speaker. The body is going to be long since dropped. I might be completely alone on this, but I've made my decision. What are you doing? No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think justice, what would I do now? Or what do I do now? We raise that fucking objection. I'm taking question over the SOJ pursuit theme? No. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh? How so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant Machi Tobaye, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Haha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? A bit about Machi being tiny. And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? No, I'm saying if you shoot twice and your aim is off, well, if you shoot once and your aim is off with a gun that big, according to the game, and you hurt yourself, you're not going to take a second shot. What? Oh. Does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. No, he was... Apollo, you had it. Damn it, Apollo. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony. Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. So, how? When I shot improper ear pro, my shit was fucked for a few minutes, however it was an M16. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. If you don't have proper ear pro in, it's just gonna be loud. So he's gonna be blind and he's just gonna Helen Keller himself. For what? But also, if this was the case, why did they try to wipe away the fucking writing on the ground? He can't fucking see! Objection! The prosecution holds that the shooter couldn't see. A scientific conclusion based on a thorough examination of the crime scene, yes. Apparently not thorough enough. I have a certain piece of evidence that completely overturns your claim. What? This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face, but this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in there that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well, how about you show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice? The contradiction at the scene of the crime is... well, I mean... the contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains. I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha! I get it. At least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that is what I think would happen here. It does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Yeah, but how would he know? Neither would I. No one has anything else to say. About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? How can he fucking see? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was? But what did you all just testify about the shooter? I said they were... Ah, fuck. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. Getting told by them that my end of semester exam for nursing is canceled leaves such a bittersweet feeling. Unfortunate. Emma Gumshoe? No, everybody in this courtroom's stupid. Unless we pan back over to Gavin and he's just smiling. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? Ah. May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobaye, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible. Order, order. Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. Well, I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now... Clavier. It seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. Do not updated autopsy report me. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents, but before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why do you think that Machi Tobaye is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So, he's... Doesn't Lamoureux lead him around all the time by the hand? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobaye. According to this, Machi Tobaye can see perfectly well. Fuck, there we go. I knew Stevie Wonder was lying. His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borganians. He can see quite well. Now that we had a whole case and a half under our belt, how do you feel about Clavier? I feel like he's great value Miles Edgeworth, but a rock star. I don't feel super strongly about him, honestly. I don't think he's amazing. cause he hasn't done anything. Like, he's very clearly, like, he's not as concerned about his prosecution case, because like it's very clear that he's helped Apollo, especially in the last. But like, I mean, like, comparatively, I feel like he's on Godot level, right? So here, let me write down, let me type this out. So we have that that's how I feel my my prosecutor tier list goes. That's it right there. Just as prosecutors. As a character, he's cool, but Cool Guy Rockstar isn't enough for me to like you as a character that much. Clavier is alright, but every other prosecutor is just better. Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. I'm surprised you remembered Payne at all. Glass Joe is still on the roster. I have to remember him. But you said... What did I say exactly? Hair Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did that was Fraulein Detective. Why'd you do that to Payne? Yes, he exists. Am I not supposed to do that? I felt the same about Godot. He wasn't special to me at all. He was really fucking edgy. He had a stupid mask. His motivation was god-awful. He's got a cool design, though. That's about it. But that's a significant fact, yes? Consider Machi Tobaye sees, and he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Herr Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident. You know, no. 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 How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins here, Forehead. Oh, what? Apollo. Calm down. Just calm down, Apollo. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now, look out. About to rejoin the server just to lay down a cursed Nagito image I found on the timeline. Why did you leave the server? Also, yeah, define cursed. Hold on there. What you mean? I fuck with Godot heavy, so I can't ignore all that. Like, I just don't, like, I don't see anything interesting about Godot other than, like, what do you say about Godot as a character other than he's got coffee? That's about it for me. He's got coffee and he quips poetically sometimes. That's about it for me. But, like, I can talk at length about Manfred von Karma. I can talk at length about Miles Edgeworth. Can talk a little bit less about Franziska, as much as I like the character. And I can talk pretty much about the same as I can about Godot as I can Clavier. He's a rock star. Chris, get the bleach ready. Alright, let's see what this is. Your eyes are gonna need it. You also haven't explained why you left the server. Oh, I've seen this. Why did you leave the server, Gallus? Questions for later. Or now, depending on when you want to answer. Alright, so, if we can end the bickering now, to measure my abilities. Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. He got a nice theme, he throws coffee. Yeah, like, it's fine if you like him. I'm not saying it's wrong to not like him, but personally, I can't say that there's too much for me to, like, look at him and be like, this character is cool. The fact that Manfred only has one case, but he's up there with Edgeworth, speaks volumes about him. Exactly. Because the amount of story that they give him, the amount of implications that is around Manfred von Karma as a character is insane. Like, looking at him and you say, like, alright, so what does he do? He trains Miles, he trains Franziska up to be these fucking fantastic prosecuting attorneys, and is able to do that all while being himself great. Despite his methods being somewhat weird, it's still he's doing it for his record. Right? He's a great villain. I'll come up with some clue to solve this case, even if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that, please. Please don't. Aha, what? This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Is it Luminol time? Is it Poggers Luminol time? That's right, with this, Luminol time! Yeah! It is back, baby. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Yes, we have done those tests yet? Ha, as if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Chris getting mighty happy about some luminol is because with the fingerprinting coming back, I expected luminol to come back. I just didn't know when it was going to come back. And since we didn't have blood in the first two cases, I was like, damn, no luminol. But then Emma started saying, hey, there is something we can do. There's something we can do right now. And I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, Emma's cocky / smug sprite is great. Perhaps we should request it in court now. Here we go. It's time. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Here we go. Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try. He has the entire quarter focused on me. Apollo, your hand's shaking. Let's do this. Oh. That nigga was writing fucking... Oh. IPYX314206. What? Even upside down, that don't make sense. What? What? Check Discord. What is going on in here? Hey, what? Hey, yo. Smash, what's going on in here? Yo. Hold on. Let me just do something real quick. Let me go ahead and add a text channel. You can't hate the picture I dropped? I also don't think people would want to see it that much. Overview. NSFW channel. That's crazy. My God. I also have to put something in response to that. Where did I put it? Where? There it is. I posted it before, but it's going here. Where mistakes are made. Y'all fucked up. I ain't done nothing of the sort. I just went in there and saw what Smash did, and that's definitely jail worthy. Chris? What's up? Huh? You giving me too much power? Yo, calm down. Alright, so IPYX 314206. Is that a fucking. What is this? Okay. Come on, Ace. Alright, so this could be an ID number. It could be. Ooh. Actually, it could be a badge number. This must be the power of science. It says IPX. No, it's a Y. Is that supposed to be another X? I mean, unless somebody corrects it right now. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is, if the killer was a robot. Haha, I have it. So, what is it? I thought those letters IPXX look familiar. It is an Interpol ID. Ooh. Interpol ID number. Look at what he posted in jail? Nah. Juve. I can't believe this guy. Interpol ID number. Alright, so definitely it's fucking Darian. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Letsus even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. I sprayed. It was me. All me, nigga, me. Me. It was me. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. What's up, nigga? This your badge number? Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID. Is it your ID number? Wait. No. Don't leave. Show me your badge. Let me see your ID real quick. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Is this the first or second? This is the third trial, Exalted. Yet if this number really is that of an Interpol agent... Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobaye is really an undercover Interpol agent? What's going on, Platinum? Also, that's not my name. That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes, and one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Letsus know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobaye. What are you talking about? I mean, on the first or second trial. This is all the first trial. Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Herr Forehead? I think that he's just fucking... He's just waiting. He's a witness and he's been told to be hush, nigga. Huh? Me? Machi Tobaye pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on this whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard of that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There's a reason why Machi Tobaye pretended to be blind. But it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? No. No! He's blind for Lammeror's sake. It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant has to feign blindness? Machi has no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show here, Forehead. It seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well. Look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. Is she really blind? That is Lammeror. Lammeror and Machi Tobae. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lammeror and her pianist, a seeing eye nigga. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why do they have to keep this act up the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Oh, really? Really. It was the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lammeror. Excuse me, it's pronounced Lammeror. Shut up, Nostalgia. What's this? So you mean to say that Lammeror is... she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lammeror is blind. What? Expose yourself. Order, order, order. This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. You're gonna stop, okay? His forehead isn't that big. Is really not. Like, you can calm down at any time, Clavier, please. And I see it is not vast in vain, this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Clavier. Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lammeror herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she could see. Or couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. My forehead isn't that big, guy with big forehead. No. Fucking Apollo's forehead actually isn't that big. It's really not. Lammeror, it pains me deeply to call you before us again this way, and yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. Look, it's really not that big of a forehead. Does it really just only, maybe it's wide, maybe is because of like on the side, like before his sideburns, you know, the top of his head, he's got that little fucking, the indentation. But no, if his eyebrows weren't fucking down, he would not have that big of a forehead. That's cap. Y'all niggas is lying. I accidentally opened Discord back up and saw something. Back up. Alright. His hair recedes into bunny ears. It also has a hairline. It's not that bad of a receding hairline. I think it's because he touches his forehead a lot. I haven't even noticed. Yeah, like if we're being real, Lammeror's got the forehead on her. Look at that thing. What's going on? Nah, keep it consistent, Clavier. How funny it is that such a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are! Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lammeror. Know too that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for the Lammeror. I see. She can. You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial here, Forehead. Huh? What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah. Now, Lammeror, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes. Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. Lammeror's eyes. Pog. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. So, if Latus knew, then he knows that you couldn't have witnessed it. We're done here. But this is a murder trial. I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Yep, everybody on your staff knew. Let's ask. Move out the way. It's the last line, right? When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latus? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Yeah, the siren saw, right? Oh god. Stop. Just go. Yo. Can't see. Mr. Latus told me to ask the witness. He named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness siren. We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not what I refer to. Clavier. I mean what he said before that. Before? What came before? Ah, fuck. Can't see. God damn it. That's right. He tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. Damn, it's almost like I called that. Damn. If Darion actually ends up being the one who did it, then we're super right. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Blind jokes now, nigga? Well, there, Forehead. Try relaxing and looking at the facts next time. Okay. Apollo's shock sprite is unnerving as hell, though. Order. Recall Lammeror's earlier testimony. On my way from the stage to the backstage exit, there were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Litsus witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We've already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Letus left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescend, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darion. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX 314206. The agent registered under that number was Romain Letus. Oh! He was Interpol? Damn. So, was that revolver his? Because that was a big man. So, we never checked the chambers of his revolver. It could have been he didn't fire a single shot. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Letus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity, and a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Letus was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being Lammeror's manager was just a cover, more likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belongs to Romain Letus. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's got to tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Who? Trucy? Lammeror? Wait. Is something the matter? That voice just now. Darion? Mr. Darion, is it? It was him. I'm sure. Damn. Brown rice. It was him. You aren't saying... That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Letus. When I heard the gunshots fired, it was him. It was Mr. Darion. Is this some kind of a joke? No way. Even the back of his hair looks like a shark. That's neat. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lammeror fingering Darion Crescend. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lammeror heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no one being out now, Apollo. Hey, here's this evidence you asked for. It was him. What? Like, just get fucked, idiot. July 9th, 212, Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo. You're not Maya. Don't hey at me. What? Well, you know, actually nothing. I mean something. Or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking. If you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? Gee. Shit's a 4. I guess I would, or maybe... Well... I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. Yep. Shark nigga did it. Amazing. Right, so was he trying to investigate you? Are you a crooked detective? Oh, come on, let her hey hey. Yeah, fair enough. We can have more hey hey. If Maya isn't here, we can have hey heys. But I'm still concerned. So the question is, did he get found out and just locked up for no reason, or was going to get locked up, rather, and then he was like, nah, fuck that. Interesting. Questions for now, I guess. And the victim, Mr. Latouche. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lammermoor told us the whole court, or told the whole court. Yep, she did. So if we can check his badge number, we can check what he was investigating or what case he was on, and check up with that, right? That might have been what he was trying to do. Mr. Darion. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Got anything new to say, or is it just... Oh! So I guess she does have some different stuff to say. It's not like Maya, where I ask her, hey, what should we do now? Lammermoor dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darion. Lammermoor said she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that's what I don't think it means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darion, even. You bet I did. He's one of the Governor's guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Governors have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lammermoor heard him, didn't she? She heard Darion backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Or lying very perfectly. Agent Latouche. An Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? International Police. They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call themselves International Police instead of making up... Trucy, please. Please, Trucy, come on. It's Interpol! You can see it right there. Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lammermoor. What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palm coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. That something being our case. That last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Excellent question. Can we go find out? Who's laughing in here? Is it Phoenix? Are you laughing like Phoenix? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Who the fuck is this? Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Greymare. Hey, the other day... Who the fuck is this nigga? We didn't just imagine that, did we? We did not, Trucy. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who the fuck are you? Could you please stop smirking like that? Ah, it's you, Uncle Valent! Uncle Valent? He's your uncle. No, silly. It's the Great Greymare. Valent Greymare. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the Great Valent Greymare, as seen on television. Could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing playing us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. He got them cane tricks down pat, all on. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though it is my stardom may sear the sight, I am quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. Yeah, I mean, famous magician, after all. Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. No. That's not your pops, is it? That's not like your actual pops, is it? What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real daddy. Oh, he's your actual uncle. Trucy's real father. Alright. Troop Greymare. Wait, Apollo? Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Greymare. Troop it's grammar. Is it supposed to be pronounced like that? Grammary? Grammarier? But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. Do not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valiant Grammary. Grammarier? Grammary? Alright, Grammary. I assume that's why they showed Apollo kind of like bumbling over the actual pronunciation of it, right? To show you phonetically how it's supposed to be said. Valiant Grammary. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I heard on television as a child. You bet you heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up in an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. You said he's a magician. I open the locks to heart's chain by mediocrity. That is the true miracle of Group Grammary. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammary. Yes, Zack. Zack Grammary. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. So, she's not Trucy Wright, she's Trucy Grammary, right? Or at least that's what I think. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. Huh? Oh, no way. Alright, tell me about Trucy's pops. Once upon a time, the Troop Grammary included 2 grand magicians. Yeah, Phoenix adopted her. I knew that. I was calling that for a while now. Myself, Valiant Grammary, and my partner, Zack Grammary. This Zack was... he was my real daddy. Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I think she prefers Guamawee. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. Trussy's little bounce is probably the most adorable thing about her sprite set. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum the first time in 7 years, I could fain contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape. Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I have brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Gramarye. He said poor pianist, and I thought he meant Phoenix at first. Yeah, no, that would have been literally a square up right now. He's bullying, man. He's been winning at poker. He ain't poor no more. I like Trucy more than Maya as a partner, but Athena more than both of them. Like I said, the only thing I know about Athena is that she looks incredibly like Sonya from Sword and Shield, the Pokemon games. Will you watch it? I mean, we have no choice. We have to. Oh, is it literally this? Maybe I should pay attention to this now. Somebody back there on the drums. I assume we haven't met him yet. There's also somebody standing in the dark over there, on the right side of the stage. Can you give me powers to upload emotes in the server? Can we see how the Edgeworth emote would look in there? The only problem with Discord emotes is they're not on the same scale as Twitch emotes. I got something better for you, though. Hold on, give me 1 second. Whoa, whoa. So the guitar catches on fire. Cape goes over to its new spot. Here you go, Gallus. Okay, so the person's still on the right. I assume the drummer was back there. Clavier was trying to put out the he was trying to put out his guitar. So what was, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things going than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ha ha ha! Miss Valent Gramarye has good reason to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Oh, was he the one doing a magic trick? Was she actually not disappearing? Okay. Let's check. So, hey. So, I was wondering... Oh, excuse me. I was wondering. That stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lammeror vanishing then reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite protestation. Or prestidigation. There we go. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now. Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Oh, yeah, so he's not gonna fucking tell us. Sick. It's not like we have a whole dead person to fucking investigate, but go ahead, Himiko it up. It's magic. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask, I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valiant Gramarye, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with analysis, so I shall sink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Okay, so he's gonna be at the scene of the crime. See you later, crocodile. It's not how that one goes, Valiant, but okay. Oh! With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right, Valiant Gramarye. I got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lammeror disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. Alright, well. Easy. Let's go and let's actually see if we can't... Does somebody have any sort of fucking interpreter on deck? Please, God. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobaye can see. Motion to take the glasses off. Ah, Machi. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. Can we not get Lammeror? Maybe we need to go to the fucking... Maybe we need to go to the music venue and grab Lammeror. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. Oh, the shine on the sunglasses is great. Alright. Can it even work? So, what did you think of the trial today? Whew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's not guilty, we win. No, if he's innocent, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Whoa. Huh? Whoa. What was going on? Bracelet? What you hiding? What you hiding something? Can we even? It's not like the Magatama where it's in our inventory. Fuck. I was ready to perceive the shit out of this nigga. We'll be back, little bitch. But for now, let's go to the Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, we're outside now. Damn. Wait, don't all y'all know that a murder occurred here? If y'all don't get the fuck on somewhere. Was that the blue badger down at the bottom? It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? I'm sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. And you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Okay. Don't you want to just face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with the lawyers. Let's get going already. The fuck are you doing here? What's that creature there? Ooh, that's the police mascot, the Blue Badger. It's life-size. Well, I mean, you can see it. Haven't you seen them around town patrolling the streets? Yes, even Law & Order has a mascot. Neat. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo. Well, maybe it shouldn't be like that. Also, why do you have a whole fucking Zeppelin up here? The balloons next to it have an ad banner on them. Let's see, big sale, all shirts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Does it really say that? I see guilty as charged. I can't really see all shirts 50% off, but let's go ahead and see if we can't get inside the fucking stadium. Backstage hallway. July 9th, backstage hallway. Hey, miss. Ah, Mr. How did you know? Lammeror. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times a day, but yo. That's insane. I heard your footsteps and knew it was you. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday. But how? Yeah, what you got? Talk to us about the voice. What did it say? What did it do? That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Daria and Krishen's voice at the scene of the crime. Bitch got black star hearing, dog hearing, super hearing. She's a blind person hearing. That's what it is. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. So you said. Oh boy. It was him, I'm sure of it. Right. Okay, so what we're saying here is that Lammeror, I believe her at this point. I have no reason not to not believe her, at least. She made it very clear that she could hear. Or she made it clear to me just now that she can hear at least really well. So I don't care if people are saying like, oh, we ran a simulation, you couldn't hear through the window. No, you couldn't hear through the window, Lammeror could. Right? So I wonder if it's going to be the case that ends up coming up in court, because that would be the interesting shutdown of that. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment, I heard those gunshots. She's blind too? Yeah, no, she's blind, the kid has been faking. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darian's voice she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. Alright, what about Machi? I met Machi before my debut as Lammeror. He was singing in a restaurant in Borginia. And he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned that I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi. Pretending he couldn't see, all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Alright, about Mr. Latus. Ah yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea. Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. She was not letting the 14-year-old beat D-Drag. Are you ready to go to jail? My god. Ah, so that's the Lotus picture that I was told about. Interesting. Interesting. It's a good thing we're not going back to boat game. Let's go! You have no idea. I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? Print screen, what is this? Let me see. Yeah, no. Look at how the 28 by 28 looks. That's super hard to fucking tell. I don't think that would work as a Twitch mode, unfortunately. Alright, so he was investigating you because he knew you would go on tour. What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from my memory. Clouded, right. Alright, darkness. Imprisoning me, how did I see? The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart. I have no memory of the time before I became Lammeror. I awoke from the darkness into darkness, you might say. What set does she rest with that mask on? Borginia. A make-believe place, Paladin. What's up, by the way? I was singing in a restaurant those days. How was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. She's not edgy, she's just being poetic. If you wanted to see edgy, oh boy, should you have seen fucking Godot. So what is that toucan? But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would there be an agent of Interpol? Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seemed really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lammeror. I thank you. Machi too tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. She's got memory problems. She's not edgy. Alright, so, will you tell me how the magic trick was done? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better than second time. Thank you. That reminds me. It was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one side of the stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Valiant Grand-Marie. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grand-Marie made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. When that mice flies up in surprise, it's a question mark? Yeah, of course. Like, you can see it right now. If it flips upside down, it's a question mark. I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this. Nobody's picked it up? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to the Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? Trucy, please. Attached to Trucy? Come on. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Well, I mean, everybody except the fucking blind pianist who cannot, the pianist who cannot speak English. It would make sense if he was not wearing one. So I wonder if that's going to come up, because that would also be interesting. But alternatively, why would they try to push that? Because they know the nigga can't speak English. Questions to be pissed off about later. Alright, so we got the headset. But let's go ahead and present it. Can I ask you about this headset, Lemuror? You said that all concert staff were wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all the band members, too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only... So, you heard his voice from the headset. That's what it was. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. I think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Interesting. Well, let's look. Receiver transmitter for voice signals with a 30-foot range. All concert staff wore one. Finished this game earlier and downloading Dual Destinies now to keep ahead. Don't worry about that. Like I said, I don't know if after this game we're going to be playing RE3 or not, so you'll at least have a bit of a heads up if we do decide to do that. But for now, that might be the case. Might do Dual Destinies after doing 3-make, or do Dual Destinies first and then do 3-make. But either way, let's go ahead and move to... Let's go check out the stage, actually. I want to see more about that raised platform. July 9 in the Winks. That song. Isn't that the one Lemuror was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. You mean as you want to do it as a magician? It's nice with a little break to get a little ahead. Yeah. Oh, wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Valen? What's going on, homie? Aha, if it isn't Miss Trucy. And indeed it is. Uncle Valen. What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss, miss. I hope so too. I enjoy the series a lot. I'll have to get Investigations in Latent V right on emulator at some point. I don't want to... like, the one game I don't really want to check out is Latent V right, because I don't think I'm going to enjoy it. That's just me, though. Because I didn't really enjoy Professor Layton as a series too much. Like, I played one of the games, and I was like, this is whatever. And I was just like, Lemuror teleportation illusion. Ooh. Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valen can shed some light for us on this can shed some light on this whole thing for us. There we go. Alright. You still ain't gonna talk about the illusion, are you? I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lemuror's Vanishing Act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the Purple Prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear. Like a dream. Like a dream. Yet what can I work with on stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the convenience of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower. Why is this text moving slow? But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of true Gramarye are concerned. So, you were here checking up on your trip to make sure it went well. And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you. Why? Why do you ask? Why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. Alright, so about true Gramarye. Not gonna lie, seeing Clavier freak out like that is starting to get funny. Yeah, him just going nuts over his guitar. I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and he's made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Gramarye. It was he who began the great true Gramarye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of something like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled the Vanishing Act, yes. Valiant has the same cape with card symbols. Yeah, she's got a diamond, he's got a heart. I assume her father had the spades and her mother probably had the clubs. Or we might see later. One of the two. Also fits into the card theme very well. You can see it on his on the bottom of his cape as well. I just noticed the pendant on his like his, not his lapel, but his clasp of his cape. Like the blue heart that he has. You can see him on like the bottom of the cape, but if you notice the like the little pendant he's wearing, the brooch, it's definitely a heart. So I think Trucy has the rest of the sweets as well, but like they all have a specific pendant. Like he has the heart. You can see Trucy has all the symbols as well, but she's wearing the diamond. That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skills at these small venues, awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I like the aesthetic. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like poetry. It fucking rhymes. Because she helped Phoenix get really good at poker. See? I do this not only for the magic act that is Gramarye, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean... Yes, Zach Gramarye. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Gramarye. Alright, so you and your partner. Card tricks is also classic magic, of course. Our founder, Magnifique Gramarye, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go. What happened to the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came at his door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zack were shining stars in the Gramarye crown. Cool, huh? And Zack Gramarye was my daddy. Now that Magnifique and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? Alright. Move, nigga. About this piano. That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. It's gonna play that recorded song. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try again. Oh, that click. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look, this was stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Switch placed in ooh. So, let's go ahead and can we look at the switch? Hell yeah, we can. The switch sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't, you might blow up the whole Colosseum. Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times. Alright, True CPI, please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room. A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor? Okay. Nothing else? That's all we got? Looks like that's it. True CPI? Yeah, it's a pretty good one. It flows pretty well. But let's go. Should we check out the scene of the crime now? I think that might be because we'd never investigated the window. Pardon me, Lammerroar. July 9th, Lammerroar's dressing room. Hey, Emma. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You mean the second degree in court and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool? You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latou's left. My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Did he give you snacks? Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something? So they are chocolate. Okay. So, like, are they just fucking, like, chocolate sticks that she chews? Also, verified, Emma really just likes chocolate, I guess. I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest, you're not going to find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? Alright, so talk to us about the trial. I'm at my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. Yeah, there's sticks like pretzels, or pretzels like corn-based like Maltesers. I mean, like, I thought they were chocolate-covered pretzels, but when you like see like the up-close shot of like what a snackoo is, it just looks like a chocolate stick. So probably like a Malteser or something. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. That's not how it sounded in Lammerroar's testimony. You mean her saying that she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. So like a Pocky? No, I don't think like a Pocky. Because it would Pockies are like, if you had to chew, like, try chewing like 6 Pockies like stuck together. That shit would be hard as hell. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that true you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The Guitarist Serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. Well, go ahead. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lammerroar flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life. And we up to the sky with a guitar. Well, 30 feet up at least. I can barely get 2. Yeah, Pocky is a weird snack. Japan went brazy with that one. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. Oh, I think I know what that switch might be. That switch might be an igniter. A remote ignition switch. Probably what set the guitar on fire. So does that make... I think that makes... I think it makes Machi an accomplice. He's not the murderer, but he's definitely guilty of abetting. What? You think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So, that's something strange. What'd you find? So, what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. Yep, that's an ignition switch. Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a Beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electric signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Well, let's go ahead and see if that's connected. I have a strong sneaking suspicion it is. You think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch. Ah, it's on fire. What's the big idea? Did she hit me? Well, now we know what this is, an igniter. Yep, so it's a remote ignition switch. So this is what set Clavier's guitar on fire. Easy. And it was found in the piano. So he's an assistant to the crime. But how did... He doesn't speak English. Somebody else who knows how to speak Borginian would have to get him. So are we gonna get a blue tracksuit moment? To be fair, lighting it up while she held it, Apollo deserved to get hit. Yeah, he could have said just, hey, set it on the table real quick. Like, what are you doing, Apollo? So we have to figure out in this case, are we gonna have like a blue tracksuit moment where Machi goes to speak and Darien like responds to him? Because that's the only way he could get him to cooperate in a plan if he doesn't speak English. You have to speak his native language. So somebody's gonna have to speak Borganese. I think that's what it's called. I would have just said Borganian because that's what they called the embassy, but never mind. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now she has some first-hand experience. Alright, the switch. What are you trying to do, burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. It says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Oh, it's like Pearl, except with two different characters. She ships them, I get it. That might be the proper one to do. It should just be Borganian, TBH, just like Russian, Norwegian. Yeah, and like how every other country, what you use to describe somebody of that nationality, you use to describe that language. So yeah, it should be Borganian, but I remember reading Borganese. Now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? A remote trigger updated in the court record. Apollo and Trucy? No, it's Apollo and Emma. Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, Let's see, 30 feet from Lammermoor's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. So they're showing us that to show us how Lammermoor could have heard Darian's voice, not specifically for the igniter, because the igniter was it was used on stage to set fucking Clavier's guitar up. Forum diagram added to the court record. Guess I'd best be getting along with my investigation. We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck. I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Okay. Igniter added to the court record. Neat. Well, I think we're done here. Can we go back into the Governor's dressing room? Move, miss. Emma and Apollo is far from the worst ship from the other characters. Yeah. I still think Maya and Phoenix is still like the wrong. That's just wrong. That's his little sister, essentially. Come on now, y'all. Well, I don't think we can do anything in here. I think we looked at everything. Maya Phoenix's ass, yeah. Emma and Apollo have no relation, at least. Yeah. That's the shining standard of that. Are we supposed to be examining something? Maybe I was supposed to look at something in the, or maybe it's something out here. Look, a massive sign for guilty as charged to her. Giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Wait, where? Oh, is it? I assume it's on the fucking poster. Apollo and Trucy, what kind of roommate you like in your cell? Because that's... Nobody said Apollo and Trucy. Are you deaf? Ooh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes in expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes in looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? I assume this is just for the crowd then? Because I want to see that truck, but I guess not. Maybe this is the last thing we need to look at. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge, and Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Ella and Apollo shared a snafu moment in the courtroom. That the next lady in the tramp IDK what is? Yeah, she's very clearly playfully bullying Apollo. I'll fight my first battle on this stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum. Do I have a fucking hair on my... I do have a hair on my lens. That's what that was. They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? I had no idea. Wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. Alright. I think we're missing something backstage. We have to be, at least. Can I talk to you about anything else? Would anything else presented be anything of note? I don't think... None of those... Do you know about this trigger? Do you think you could tell me about this? Yeah, no, she doesn't. Right. Yep. It explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. She was still pretending she could see then. Ah. So unless it's something specific that she would have held on to, she wouldn't know. Could I present it anything else? Maybe I can present the igniter to Emma? Do you think you could... Oh, nope. Rate of chewing is increasing. Better back off before it's too late. Okay. Do you have anything new to talk about? No. Am I dumb? Am I missing something here? Do I need to examine? I suppose I could. This is where they cut the floor off. Look, the carpet's been torn up here. That's the part we did the luminol test on in court. Lunimol, what's Lunimol? It's luminol. Get it right. Ah, I'm just kind of scary when it comes to science. Best learn the word and not incite a wrath again. Murder weapon. So it belongs to Mr. Latouche. That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Mr. Latouche was a big man. For you. But how about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? Well, that's assuming that we need to open that gun up and see if it's the same. This was the window where Lamoureux saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way. Yeah, I agree, but do I need to look at the circuit board? All these little parts, it's pretty complex. Take the gun, start shooting, just start bussing ad nauseum for what? I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out. Other than that, good thing machines run even if we know how they work. If we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. Oh, it's literally the same. Okay. Is it because there's holes in the circuit board, so it's technically I'm clicking above when I'm not really actually trying to? That's only the one thing that I got. Really? Okay. Can I look at this now that I know what it does? Where did I... Oh, there we go. This switch triggers an igniter. Too bad, I was hoping it would go for it was for a bomb that would blow up the whole Coliseum. Yo. You're scaring me. If Emma hears you talking like that, she'll arrest you. Hopefully. And then she'll do all sorts of scientific tests. Like splitting your hair due into 3 separate spikes. While she stands by, laughing and laughing in her high-pitched voice. I said she'd arrest you, not me, and she's not some kind of mad scientist. Did you just hear someone laughing? What? What? Okay. I couldn't examine the window, could I? I mean, I did, but, like, in depth? Am I just dumb? Am I not getting something? Look at the way those bullets tore through this thick wall. That revolver really was something else. I wonder if someone as little as me could have even fired it. Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp in your stage career. Daddy always has stiff shoulders, maybe that could loosen him up. Don't even mention it, I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it. Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet. Damn. Don't just say he doesn't got the stones, that's fucked. Alright, where can I go now? Can I go back to the stage? What am I missing? Alright. Phoenix really got a blaster. He doesn't have to blast her. He just has to prove that he can pull the trigger. That's it. I can't present anything to this guy. What am I... Does anybody know what I'm supposed to be doing here? I am so confused. People still disrespecting Phoenix? I told you, pick up the gun, start shooting? No. I refuse. Maybe I need to go back to the agency? Mikey, at worst, that gun has 4 bullets in it. At best, it has 6. I can't shoot anyone and everyone. No, I don't go... Do I go to the detention center now? Do I have to clear out his dialogue? That would suck. I'm glad Lamoureux testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darien of the Gaviniers, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went and all. Somebody gonna spill the beans. You know what happened. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. Who? I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Machi. He doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't even speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see us. Or see, rather. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, now do I get to leave? Let me just clear out this one to be sure. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamoureux can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Alright, we out. Move, nigga. Nothing at the agency. Let's go to the Coliseum. Is that really it? I just had to clear out his dialogue? What, come to laugh at the murderer? You're saying that a little bit too calmly. Shark nigga. Darien. An old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darien isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. Okay, Darien. It's funny talking to you. Because I have a feeling you did it. So, about your alibi. You have to ask? The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. The guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamoureux's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Don't throw her under the bus, Apollo. What the fuck? She can't see. Man, I never even... Oh. Old windbag? No. It's Windy Oldbag. How could she possibly identify me? They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? You can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? Yep. Somebody was just off. Yep, second guitar. That'd be you. He's just a perfectionist is all, not a bad guy, really. Well, hey, Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The date on the victim should come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. But yeah, you're kind of on. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. What? I'm gonna lock you up for your hair alone. Help, pals. Mikey needs help. Someone help. Someone please God help him. Gallus, what is that? I just looked back in the Discord. What is that? Is that supposed to be Nagito and Miles combined? Because that's gross. I'm scared of that one. Did you see the Lotus art? Yeah, I saw it. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, yes. Yes, we do. Great, way to instill the guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I bake it myself. Did you see the Lotus? Yeah, why did I read that again? But yeah, I saw the Lotus art. I looked at it and I was like, damn. It's great that this is the last thing I'm going to see about Boat Game. Dr. Darian Crescend. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Prosecutor's office? Gavin's office. Damn. Bro, why? Okay, nah, Edgeworth had the better office. Nah, this one sucked. So, this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's head office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. I got my message read twice, self twice. Damn bitch, you prosecute like this? That's eavesdropping. Why, we'd just be waiting, quietly, so he didn't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lettuce. Lettuce? Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Teehee, just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tea in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. Well, we can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? The case or the guitar's serenade? So let's go ahead and... Ooh, I assume one doesn't lock us out of the other. Ah, that reminds me, did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Hair Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death, bro? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It's endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Just came back from the drums? The fuck you mean, Sealed? That was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there, too? Ah, yes, the Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. I do drums lessons? Okay. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go as far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Borginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't see a need to mention it. My ear. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Borginian newspaper added to the court record. Lamaror's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping it up in front of the Coliseum. Lamaror wasn't my invited guest, so it was a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. Alright, so how about the guitarist Serenade? I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamaror, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamaror's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, the dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamaror. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only brown, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly You know why. You know why. Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Alright, so now I assume we examine it. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? Oh! I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing. How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Apollo, please, 2 and 2, put it together. Please, please, please. Please. What's this? What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang, so we put it on the plate for later consumption. You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. That's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. So he doesn't know either. Yet, at least. But it's a replica of some kind, right? Yeah, replica. Yeah, that keyboard chair is sick. I like that one. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth? That's a typo. I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latus was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? Oh, okay. Oh, so Lammeror's guitar? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting of a woman like Lammeror. Get a room. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. Trucy really be throwing Apollo under the bus any chance she gets. Literally just, hey, take damage, idiot. So this guitar is from Borginia? That is it. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lammeror's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar, it's too bad it got burned. Yep. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from examination of the guitar? That's right. What was all that about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Is there? I thought there was a more, like, scientific term, but sound hole, fuck it. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with the evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. That device looks strangely familiar. Apollo, please! The strange lump. This was found in Mr. Latus's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica. It's a small lump about half an inch long, an inch and a half long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say, other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in identification of whatever it's a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Latus was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia, but it appears there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? Something Interpol doesn't want to tell Borginia. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latus went on through all that trouble to become Lammeror's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. Replica added to the court record. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lammeror. Perhaps she knows something about it being a Borginian. Well, she wouldn't have seen it. That's for damn sure. Also, hey bud. Check this out. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lammeror's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. A girl gotta look after herself, you know? It's the Officer Meekins... It's like Officer Meekins said in Game 1. Do unto others before they do unto you. Damn, man. It's really coming full circle. That whole DLC case was actually just a setup for this game. Crazy foresight. Thanks for dropping by, Hair Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Lettuce was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Hair Forehead. We encountered many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And to keep a simple goal to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Not ja, ja. It's not ja. It's not, no, stop. Is German is pronounced like a Y. Stop. Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. On ja? On German word for yes. That's pretty simple too. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time perhaps. Alright, well, we out. So, do we go talk to... No, we gotta go talk to Lamaror. July 9th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Or maybe we were supposed to come here. Looks like Machi's in questioning. He's in questioning? How? You got an interpreter for him in there, but I can't get one out here? Huh, the police must have a Borginian interpreter. That's no fair. I wish we could talk to him. I guess we'll have to come back if we want to see him. I guess so. Alright. To the Colosseum. Germanic, you got soap over there? Abalo just said what you said? Yeah. Quite literally. It's not fair. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, hey Emma. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamaror is? She's not fleeing the country, is she? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamaror is missing. It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Yeah, she's fucking blind. She couldn't have gotten far. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Just know it's coming? Oh no. Great, thanks. Alright, let's go check out if she's hiding somewhere backstage. July 9th, backstage hallway. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamaror went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. I don't know what's coming, but I'm scared. July... Oh, it's black. I mean, it's dark. I can't see. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Oh. Yeah, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamaror has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different? Like something's changed? Well, I mean, the guitar case kind of looks like it's got something sticking out of it. I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me, too. What is she talking about? Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Damn. Lamaror! Emma, we have to get Emma. Lamaror was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Well, so, is she okay? Oh, Hickfield Clinic, waiting room. Emma, how's Lamaror? Is she okay? It's you. We owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Case closed. Yeah, she came to a short while ago. We found her before it was too late. Hell yeah, we did it. So not only are we proving people innocent and guilty, we are saving lives. The detective way. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? How could she not... Trucy? Damn it. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Imagine this fixes her blindness. That'd be sick. Lammeror. Ah, Mr. Attorney. You were the one who found me? Is there anything you can't do? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? So, attacked. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone come to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit. I knew that very moment. I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. Yeah, and you know who was outside the fucking Coliseum? Who was kind of just lingering around for no fucking reason? Darion, maybe? I mean, it seems pretty open and shut. That nigga about guilty as fuck. Ah! It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. You were born in it, molded by it. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. What? What? Excuse me, it's the Ryan? Fair enough. That sounds like a really close call. So, about this assailant. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Yeah, she got clonked on the dome. But I mean, like, if you were going to hide, like, I would not get inside a guitar case. Also, how'd you know that there was a guitar case there? The fuck going on? I'm getting pinged for what? Oh, roundup for Nitro? Yeah, no, I don't know about that one, Guardy. I'm streaming Lawyer Game. How did she know it was a contraband-based case specifically? Excellent question. Like 100%. No idea. Blind pussy got me acting strange. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult, probably a man. Could it be him? Why would anyone attack you, Lammeror? The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. No way she'd fit in a guitar or violin case? Yeah, more than likely. A big-ass bass had to be the only thing. Alright, so, while we've got you here, do you know anything about this fucking Easter egg? Lammeror, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? As he just holds it in front of her. This is what? Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity, as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean, you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Wargenian cocoon. Check Twitter, this is gonna be terrible. Damn, bitch, you prosecute like... Perfect. I gotta be careful with quite literally anything I say, because fucking Gallus is just awful. So fast on the draw, too. She would be feeling around for a place to hide and it was close to the entrance. Yeah, like, I just would say, why would you be trying to hide? Why wouldn't you try to just put as much distance as you can between you and your attacker? So what the fuck is a Borginian cocoon now? Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? To be fair, you hadn't heard of Borginia before, so, I mean, why would you be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Oh, so we're now gonna... Yeah, what you got? The Borginian cocoon. Oh, they call it Borginian. It must be only found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these. There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something that all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons, they're not to be taken out of the country. So, did Darien steal a fucking cocoon? And Latus was sent to investigate? Because that makes sense. It makes sense to me. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. Well, I mean, but this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. Not to mention she was hit and probably knew she wouldn't be able to run far. Yeah, I mean... That's also fair. I just don't know why you would try to exit the case, you know, after a short while. Why you wouldn't be listening to see if the guy is chasing you and if he left. Because if you passed out shortly after, that's pretty wild. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling? Smuggling? It seems like I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Adrenaline and then getting hit once you lay down? I mean, eh. There's a lot of, like, I'm not saying that it's definitely dumb that she did that. I'm just saying that there's a lot that I don't know, that a lot that I'm ignorant about in the particular situation that she put herself in, so I don't know. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latus wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? Well, there must have been some reason other than other countries didn't want the cocoons out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? And when injured, your body will want to rest. Yeah, she was just clonked on the head, though. It's not like she was fucking choked beyond an inch of her life. Like, that's the one thing we gotta keep in mind of, right? Like, it wasn't like she was, like, trying to get massacred. She just got clonked on the head. That's all I'm saying. And Mr. Latus had Lammerere marked. It could be her. There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lammerere. It was the least I can do. Concussion, probably? If she had a concussion, she's not waking up. You go to sleep with a concussion, you just don't wake up. Alright? Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Oh, we just insta-traveled. Does that mean we're about to go into the trial? Detention center visitors room. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Ah. Could you interpret for us, Lamoureux? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Dog, it's still literally just the one fucking hieroglyph of the guy throwing out the Kamehameha. That shit's sick. Or technically a Hadouken because Capcom game. That makes the most sense. It's a Hadouken. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well, I mean... You knew. If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Oh! Big damage. Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lamoureux, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it. Oh. Yeah, they also got the one who believes in female supremacy and the hieroglyphs. He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Goat? Question mark? Why you got two different question marks? Hold on. What the fuck? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Have him tell us about it. Very well. Oh! Let's go! What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, it is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. Maybe blindness? No. Machi, you took it? No. It's a cure for incuritis? What the please just don't say it's an incurable disease. A cure for incuritis. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borgini like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, at least what we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi... Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. I ought to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? Whew! No, what'd he say? Come back. Hey, yo. He won't tell me. Well, if it's a cure for incuritis, then incuritis by definition isn't an incurable disease, now is it? Well, it's incurable by other conventional means, okay? Incurable by every other type of medicine, and only the cocoon can do it. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Machi really did bring one into the country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? Oh yeah, because if you steal a fucking cocoon, they'll kill you. My god. Well, that's a pretty tough spot. Well, why not? We could try him here for theft. Because if that's the biggest crime he committed, then that's fine. But as long as he didn't kill Latouche, then he's good. Then we're golden. I still don't think he killed Latouche. can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. In Borginia. Here it do not matter. Get tried in America. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? You still don't think he tossed this out? I don't think he killed... I don't think he tossed the romaine lettuce. He wants to tell us about Mr. Letus's death. This meeting's over. Has to be Gavin. Oh, Darian. Guilty as fuck, by the way. What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Machi for the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Yeah, no, he did it. Fuck off. Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo? There can be only one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. To be continued. Well, let's cook this nigga. Never ate shark before. Day 3, trial, part 1. July 10th, 9:49 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Why make the culprit so obvious? I mean, yeah. I've always had that question. If you make the culprit hyper obvious, then it like blows away all goodwill you have for building up the mystery. At least to me, right? That's how I feel. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over, sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. Technically, he can't do that. We're his attorney, so we can say... I believe, as far as law goes, you can say, no, you cannot take him. My client is refusing to speak. And that's that. At least that's my my understanding of US law, how that works. It doesn't matter what the call says, my client is refusing to speak. Using their 5th Amendment given right. It's very clearly shown that this guy is hyper guilty and had enough potential for motive. I'll have to catch up tomorrow. I have my weekly work day tomorrow, so I need sleep soon. Have a good one. Take it easy, Nostalgia. Get some good rest. The VOD will be here for you. I have cooked that boy in some wine with my boss and that shit hit. Never ate shark. Not once in my life. We were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Yep. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Oh. What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Welcome, Valent. Valent Gramarye! Using the door like an average muggle, no less. Muggle? Is that not a copyrighted term? Do J.K. Rowling not have rights on that? That's pretty cool. I didn't think you could be able to get away with that. Shows me wrong. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? Grand Gramarye glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour. A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. There he goes. What a fucking dickhead. I love that guy. Valent's great. I like Valent. Cool guy. Although something could be said about that fucking yellow shtick he's got going on. And there he goes. You sure seem happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a big show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people, elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lamoureux's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Ah, excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first? It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition is... Oh, don't tell me the Chief Justice's son has incuritis, right? Because I'm gonna scream. Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. Fuck! God fucking damn it! Why? Why? Incuritis, where have I heard that before? Where indeed, Apollo? It wasn't like it was less than 12 hours ago! I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Son of bitch. Alright, July 10th, 10:30, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Mambo number 5. Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again? Machi Tobaye, our suspect fortissimo. Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. Pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? The article says that there's no known cure. See? I know nostalgia isn't here, but this is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Here, Judge, let me say with all honesty I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. Yeah. I asked Interpol about that number. That's his number. Latouche. No problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait, that voice, yes, was the man you heard. Yup. Right. Here we go. Yeah. We got it. Wait, no need for such a long flashback. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought that Darian would guest star in the season of Cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavineers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is... Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviners ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lammeror, and Machi, along with a drummer and a bassist, for a total of 5. But it wasn't your second guitar. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lammeror and the defendant, Machi Tobaye, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviners were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo. You heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lammeror herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Lammeror was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence to keep us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections... Uh-oh, Apollo. If he declares a verdict now... But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lammeror might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Yep. Wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death. Yep. This is just flashback the case. I don't really get it. Maybe Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds a defendant, or what was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquise, or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean. I do. The defense calls Machi Tobaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't even speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid we'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where's the toilet? The defense would like to request Lammeror as the interpreter. Lammeror? There's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Herr Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees to the defense's request. If Lammeror lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lammeror to the witness stand. It's gonna be yeah! It's both of them. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lammeror. Yes. He says Machi Tobaye, the defendant. This is certainly a first for the courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I what would, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment. If I might speak. Yes, Lammeror? Just now Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Unless he's gonna prove his innocence somehow? The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Lammeror, according to Machi, he has proof of... Oh, well, I mean, almost fucking verbatim. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. Proof of innocence. Ugh. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. What? I didn't click the save? No. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I mean... that's technically true, but... but what in particular? I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lammeror to know the meaning of the song. Lammeror, did you ever explain the lyrics of the song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lammeror might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. So, where in specific? Says the word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. I don't think I have any reason to doubt there. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Could that be, like, a potential, like, he doesn't understand them verbatim? Or he understands them verbatim, but not, like, as far as song interpretation? Bracelet. Oh, we can see his eyes. Holy shit, this bracelet's broken. It has to be the eyes. There's no way. Oh! What you glancing over for? Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lammeror said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Whew. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Yeah, truly understand. He understands it fucking word for word. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? A little bit. It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. Oh! No, the fuck he didn't! The newspaper. The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know? They already begun to report about this case in our homeland. They haven't put the fucking song lyrics in there because they don't think it's related. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi's lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof he's lying. Oh, ooh, almost presented the wrong one there. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Oh, indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What is all this about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. Oh! Shit on. Can't lie to me. Not in here. Alright. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard about them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain herself, or himself. Judge, come on. Machi says... He says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember. He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? What? No, stop. Just shut up. Is this true, Lammerrear? Yes. I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. It looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. Seems so, yes. No. I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. It was I who explained. Has to be this, right? Ding dong. Wait, Hertel was her neck. Yeah. It was you, huh? That okay. So prior exceptions to the perceiving aside, this perception, this back-to-back one, this is sick. I like that. I like that. That's a good part of the case for me. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain. Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lammerrear, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lammerrear, you're protecting... Oh, you're protecting the little nigga. I got you. You're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you would explain the crime following the song, or how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lammerrear lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. He just can't speak it, right? Maybe he can. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. Okay. Damn it, Machi. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lammerrear? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? He was. He was the witness. Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went to the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. When we came to the door, panel high up, I take off. Run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, you can't. No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim has already been shot, you say? I find it hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? I mean, is that it? There's nothing else I could get him to testify about. Wait, no, of course there is. Yep, you can testify about the cocoon. Yeah. He doesn't want to testify about the cocoon because he's scared. Yep. Cure. Yep, we got this. He's no smuggler. He won't tell me. The cocoon has to have something to do with this. And I'm gonna use my fucking bracelet to figure it out. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust here, Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Alright. Oh damn, I expected us to cut to the next part of the trial. But I guess music wasn't playing, so of course. July 10th, 1123, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latus was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots. Yes, is true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Well, you're only saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latus already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true, so you were at the scene of the crime when you heard the shots, and you escaped through the air vent. Yeah, we never really got... Did we? We didn't get his time of death, did we? Where's the autopsy report? Estimated time of death was around 9 to 9:30. I mean, we didn't get a precise time of death, and obviously it's really hard to get a precise time of death, but he could have died during the second set. That's what I'm getting from this. Huh? What do you know? I know if eye-opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and backstage area? Is that what he means? He's right. Hey, look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Okay, so Valent told him how the trick worked. Did he tell him in Borginian? Or did he just tell him how, like, the vents were connected like that? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latus. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went to the room and find the body and then heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's not necessarily true. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him, every time. So, what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. Well, we can get Lemuror on the stand. That cocoon. Yeah, it's very clear he doesn't want to fucking testify because he's afraid of dying. Yep, so, like, he's not gonna go to Borginia. He's not gonna admit that he stole the cocoon. That's right, it's punishable by death. So many flashbacks. Of course he's scared. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. July 10th, 11:28 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle. A different angle of the Kurt variety. If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lammerrear. Lammerrear? Don't slam the fucking Christ, Clavier! What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lammerrear's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lammerrear was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lammerrear dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? Swetton, I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Lammerrear? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid what she might say. The defense believes something was hidden in that testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lammerrear's testimony, and a nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If Lammerrear was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. Alright. Interesting. This court will hear Lammerrear's testimony once more. Lammerrear, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that voice belonged to Darian Crescend, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and found to be quite soundproof. Her hearing is better than yours. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Here we go. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew it must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. So you heard what you heard that they were talking, but what did you hear that they were talking about? I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. And it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lammerrear was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. No, think ahead. It doesn't matter if you don't look cool, just think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. what I heard. Yeah, so you heard them talking. Also no bracelet. Oh, that's cool. If I click on press, or I assume present before the statement finishes, we're done. Or I don't get to hit press, rather. Darien Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Oh, well. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Well, what were they talking about? Quite literally, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Lemurir, by any chance, do you remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase. You remember something that was said. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latus. The shooter, then, Darien Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latus? Oh, I get it. So he did die during the second set. Because she couldn't have remembered the time, so she's just remembering the events as they happen. Because this is when she was making her switch, right? It's over, press the switch. They were telling, he was telling Machi to, or somebody to activate the switch to burn up Clavier's guitar. I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Well, Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony? Maybe, Apollo? From the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now. Well. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lemurir heard was I just had a ringing in my ear for a second there. Was it someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility. Oh, Hair Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemurir's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were already in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Hair Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from the dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Apollo really just cooking in here. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Not at all, Your Honor. This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they were talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that you were wearing one of these. Talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. Don't slam. Just don't slam. True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio system, their range is quite limited. Lamoureux said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section of the diagram of the concert floor. Forum, rather. Ah, exactly. The walk from stage backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamoureux heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Yeah, but did you know you were 30 feet above the stage floor? Adding an extra 30 feet? Someone could have hit it on stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was since she heard the voice? How do we know where it was when she heard the... Okay. When the shooter said press the switch... Well, I guess we don't. Unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. Apollo, no, you had so much steam! What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Oh, but I do. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. Oh. Alright, then. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? Well, if you look at this circuit, my board... Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's that what? Is it one of them newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? So I'm going to stop any of you before you say it. If you're typing, the Galaxy S7 looks like that because it explodes. Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Just stop. Just stop it. I'm gonna stop you before you start. Just don't, okay? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Not necessarily. Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lamoureux. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course, now it just smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Hair forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamoureux, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me. Objection! Nope. Hair Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes? The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. So, what could I possibly be saying then, Gavin? What is it that I could be... What am I saying? The guitar caught fire during Lamarier's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. No, it's just made to seem like it happened during the third set to give the actual shooter an alibi. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? Please fuck him up, Apollo. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. Here go! I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard the shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at that time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Dog, this shit hits. Always. No matter what. Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of that day to follow the lyrics anyway? They want us to follow us along. They wanted us to follow along thinking that it was set up. It is quite literally Justice Hammer number 5, Pog. It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reverse, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Hair Forehead raised another possibility. Javier. He's claiming the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. Yeah, Overtaken is godlike. I like it more than Cornered. Because it's more of a varying song, right? Like it builds, it drops, it goes through like a whole motion of a song, whereas Cornered is just is just a medley. Like, it's just a melody, rather. It's a good melody. It's really good. But Overtaken, it's an adventure. Like, as far as songs go. Cornered is a bop, but like, you can tell where the startup and end of Overtaken definitively are, where you have to listen more for the startup and end of Cornered. It does. This killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. Stop. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. I'm gonna fuck you up. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer followed following the lyrics of my song, but I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction here, Forehead, one I pointed out several times, no less. What? At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lammereur have heard a voice come through it? Her hearing is better than yours! What? Also, she could have just been in the fucking air vent. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lammereur's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch? And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. BRB gonna actually listen to Overtaken again? Fair enough. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lammereur heard the voice? She was in the vents, moving up. A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lammereur heard a voice. She heard it during the second set. Think, how is Lammereur able to hear the voice? She has divine hearing, but she could have also been somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. Is that racist? That seems slightly racist. As I was saying, Lammereur could not hear the voice through that window. So there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. Where'd you go, CJ? Come back. Hey, CJ. You wait. Oh, no. Where'd you think you were going? What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? Lammereur clearly states she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? I also just realized, Chris, what's going on? Think about it. You gave Clavier the same voice of Damon in 1-5? Correct. Yes, I did. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. Caught your ass? I'm glad somebody finally picked up on it. I know that look. He wants us to ask it. Very well. You claim Lammereur heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lammereur heard the voice from here. Does it have to be precise? Like, can it be either one? I assume it can, but... Fuck! Does it look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice? State of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window in our society. I didn't ask you to point out a window in society. I want a window at the crime scene. Are you fucking... Can I pan? Can I pan? Because that looks like an air vent. There's only one other thing she could have meant. Alright. How is this also not an air vent? What is that? What do you mean? This isn't an air vent? Like, fuck off. This is where Lamrier heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. Oh, tell the truth. Hog. Why did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamrier was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? At least I wish I was decent at a fighting game. At least I can have fun. You can always have fun. If you just don't have fun losing, then you gotta figure out something else. It hardly merits anything, or hardly merits saying. Why would Lamrier be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat, no offense intended to her, of course. An explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamrier? You're doing a magic trick. You've been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I figured our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Shit on. I hate playing against zoners. Yeah, zoners are always going to be the least amount of fun that you can have fun against playing. I won't deny that at all. As a grappler player, I understand your plight. The problem here is words. Lamrier, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room? Not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. Order, order, I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you fighting against any Materas? Or, yeah, Materas? She's the zoner, her and Fairy, right? Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Mitera and Fairy, yeah. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I... Shut up. Testify. May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. You were doing a fucking magic trick. It's a real shame that we gotta expose a magic trick. But we gotta. Well, it looks like I'm on the right track. I only played the game here and there at the moment since too many games are coming out that I want to play. Yeah, fair enough. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the... Yo. That's a spooky, dangerous picture. I heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. Yeah. Yeah. Play Charlotta, but I might try Perk. Yeah, Percy seems like he's gonna be fun. How could you expose her blindness and her magic? Pepe hands. Bound to secrecy. In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. Nah, I don't think Percy's gonna get buffed. What I think's gonna happen is everybody else is gonna get touched, and Percy is just gonna slip by unnoticed and secretly become a good character. I think everybody else is going to catch some nerfs, and Percy is just going to stealth become a good character. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So, did this happen during So this did happen during the second set. You play the game? I played it a little bit. I kind of want to get it. I'm thinking about getting it on PC, but I do not have the funds for that right now, so I'm kind of just holding off on it because I've been buying a lot of shit. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing, in detail. Clavier, please. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Hair Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? Going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. No funds? Yeah, no, Twitch check hasn't come yet. Remember what I say. Twitch check has not come yet. Alright, there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Well, you can say. We know why. Also, this is supposed to be, what, like 2025 and we're still using VHS tapes? What the fuck is going on? Lammerere, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Don't mean to try to dig in with what you've been spending on. Food? You know, living conditions? We are kind of in a state of lockdown. Keep in mind, the first... And I've also been buying a whole lot of games. Like, I just recently bought Doom. I bought the first Ace Attorney trilogy. I just bought I bought the Danganronpa games, including Ultra Despair Girls. I bought I'm going to be buying Resident Evil 3. Like, I've been buying a lot. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. The one thing I will notice about the 3D models is that Clavier's hair is nowhere near as long as it is on his sprite. Yeah, he got shook by that one. Yep. But yeah, once some Twitch bucks roll in for the month of April, which should be in like a week or so. Maybe get Grand Blue. As we can see, Lammerere was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Now, it saddens me to be so realistic. Lammerere is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. During that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? I'm more blessed with the situation. My family store has been performing well in this situation, so funds hasn't been a huge issue, but a matter of time till the state enforces a lockdown, causes the situation to get any better, and people aren't clearly taking it too seriously. Of course, we've been in lockdown for about, like, what, 2 weeks here in Colorado? Like, I think it started on, like, the 20th or, like, the 22nd. So we haven't had too much of a problem, but, like, I don't really have too much food in my house, so I've been ordering some just here and there, you know, but that shit adds up. This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Ooh, we got you, pussy. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Ah! Recall Lamarier's testimony from yesterday. What do you do for work anyways? Wait, what? I was on my way to the state. Oh, retail shit, by the way, CJ. But following the curfew is nice, but like, I think it's like, it's some of the most exploitable shit because like, saying you have to like stay inside unless you're going out for essential stuff. You could always just lie. But I guess it's mainly to keep people from going out unnecessarily. How much longer are you streaming for? However much long this case is. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. Also, why'd you say that's how I saw it? Don't say that's how you saw it. Come on. Also, that could have backfired super fast. You wanted the blind woman to go underneath the fucking floorboards, technically above the ceiling, to perform a magic trick, where she can't see! Perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamarier knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. Yeah, it's a matter of people actually fucking listening and understanding. Yeah, she has the heart. She did it. Obviously she did it, but that could have been the biggest botched magic trick of all time. They had to have rehearsed it. He said that. Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal their details of acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lamarier to secrecy. Well, Lamarier, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you use this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why's that, Your Honor? As I said before. Yeah. I only ever leave to get food and weed. You don't even have to leave the house to do that now. They've got like fucking, they've got some shit like DoorDash for fucking dispensaries. It's crazy. That's a good question. Can the witness explain to the court? I also missed exactly everything that was said right there, as I was reading chat. Yeah, of course, groceries is primarily the only time you would leave. DoorDash does that now. Not DoorDash specifically, but there's like a type of like service like DoorDash for I don't know if it's through Weed Maps, but there's a couple things, there's like a couple services that you can use where they'll go and pick up your stuff for you and bring it to you. It's actually really good for shit like parties where you don't want anybody driving around if they're potentially drunk and they want to pick up some bud. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. One thing, Your Honor. They should make it so grocery stores just deliver. They do have some, there's some apps. My app crashed as soon as you said that. How long you would stream for? Oh, I'm going to be streaming till the end of this case. So however much longer this case is. I don't imagine it's going to be too much longer. Yeah, Walmart and Target do that. You need to explain to Lamarier how she was able to teleport like that. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on? It's Lamarier who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Postmates does it? Yeah, Postmates will deliver from any like grocery store. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to bring out the truth. Okay, so what are we testifying on? I completely missed that. Right, I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I really feel like a student before finals because I really don't know what I'm about to be tested on.
The big illusion! I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. What? In 2 minutes? What? Two minutes? Hold on. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? Mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lammerere is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it all out already. I'm a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Just close the groceries to the public, but allow the workers to come in and do the shelves and get orders ready for the drivers to deliver to the customers. Yeah, of course. Really easy to do. The big illusion. So, 2 minutes, right? Alright. Stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. Yeah, because we're assuming that she made that entire trip in 20 seconds. So either there was smoke and mirrors bullshit, or there was a body double. I was on my way. Yeah, hold on. Move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling. Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lammerere disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. Well, let's present some evidence. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony. She lost her brooch between the transformation. Or the teleportation, excuse me. Lammerere, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Brooch clearly here. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. The amount of times this fucking video plays. Yep, no brooch. What? The brooch! It's gone! What? Come on, Clavier, come on. Yes, the brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Hopefully I get hired at this grocery store I applied to. Good luck, brother. Great value Azura on the stage? Come on, man. Just because the lady's wearing a veil and singing on stage doesn't mean that... This game came out before Fates, didn't it? Wait a minute. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lammerere we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lammerere we see after are two different people. What? What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lammerere, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? 2007 versus 2013, still great value. Hey, come on. If anything, Azura is great value Lammerere. Yes, I think I did. Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gathered you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right, there was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lammerrear was replaced. Which one attracts more money, though? I mean, that's like saying, hey, between this fucking strip club and this bingo hall, which one makes the most money? I think the answer is fucking obvious. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lammerrear? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valiant Gramarye. Haven't said that name in a minute. The bingo hall easily? That's cap. It was Gramarye? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lammerrear is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong. When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lammerrear. Very well. Yes, okay, well... Go ahead. Go ahead and tell us what happened. I had to keep singing even while I moved. What? Then wouldn't the gunshot have been picked up? You were... And wouldn't they have heard you in the air vents? What the fuck? You were singing. Yes? Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even while you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is in the same darkness? Well, considering your body would be compressed and more than likely your diaphragm would be under a little bit of strain, but never mind. But if you were singing while walking, that's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? It'd be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? Ah, I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitor. Yeah, okay, so never mind then. Pipes on a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Used for knowing when your set's coming up. Satisfied? The dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lammerrear singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lammerrear singing over the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice. Ah, Lammerrear? I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? Wouldn't it be great to just say this, like, any point? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. Oh, don't tell me I have to match up the lyric sheet and the video now, because I really was not paying attention to the video like that. Song stopped. Thankfully, it was the beginning of the second verse. So is this second paragraph the second verse? I would assume. It's the beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Oh, it's because you say pleasure twice? Clavier. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing... huh? The machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. every single time this video plays, I just want to go to sleep. I don't know what it is. Yep, pleasure's supposed to be sang twice. I already got it. I got it. You can stop the song now. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyrics sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. No, please don't. Son of a bitch. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamarier's ballad. If that's true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescend could have done it, and more importantly, Machi didn't. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Hare Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet is entirely based upon Lamarier's testimony. Yes? Is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the... Yo, come on. There's evidence that proves she isn't. But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean... She is totally Great Value Azura, where all the water at, plus it ain't a one-man show either? Yeah? It do not matter. She did magic. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescend must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be frank. Yeah, put him up there. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch it. Darian Crescend, get ready for justice. Let's go! This is a good time as I need to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Get it. Oh! Damn, that was all the okay, I was like, we're gonna take a short recess and then go in. Day 3 trial part 2. Paul Gare. Don't tell me it isn't a 3-part trial, though. I'll scream. July 10th, 1:40 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamarier's performance? Why she was in that air vent, and that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Oh, it's Phoenix. Hey, bud. What's going on? Mr. Wright. You believed in me. Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make for a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why don't we even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Dog, don't flame him! Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. What? Why'd you even come? Why did you come here? Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tobae off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescend. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one of fragile assumption. Namely that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But, yo, did you really just come here to flame me? Like, I know it won't matter shit for nothing, but I'll beat your ass right now. The sultry songstress is lying. Your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So, what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Phoenix actually looks mad cool this way, unironically. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, get rid of the face stubble, and I'm okay with the fit. 100%. That reminds me. Or make it, like, continuous, like, all over his, like a beard. I have something to give you for our from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here were meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragment revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar to the ones kids are into these days. Oh, so that's what was the second gunshot, quote unquote, we heard. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa. Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. So, a big ol' firecracker. Alright. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescend's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess... We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Alright. July 10th, 1:55 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescend? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darien was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Hair forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darien Crescend. Gotcha, pussy. Name and occupation, please. Darien Crescend, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darien. He's got the bracky hairdo. He really, like, if his arms were white as well, I would say that's just knockoff Brachidios, but nah, it's just bracky. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darien. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemerier's testimony. In fact, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Big yawn. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Come on, bitch. Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Alright, Darian's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard the gunshots, as if... Did Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. Alright. So... Also, Cap, but now we have these burnt fragments. So, can we... Where do we present the burnt fragments at? Do we present them during Emma hearing the gunshots? Clavier, please. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time figuring out our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamarier's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Here we go. She's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot about the words because she heard the gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Skye hear it? Yeah. Ding dong. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope? Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Skye works for you? I received a report this morning, before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. Oh! This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set. Could it have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control? Librarian's glare is now a self-destruct. It's just a pistol pointed at you. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these little firecrackers just happened to go off, right when the two witnesses came walking by? That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one around to hear it, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd. A headset. The kind all the band and staff members are wearing. That's right. I picked this up in front of the door of that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped in place? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were all on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Hair Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sounds of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were fake. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half. Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while the little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. Librarian's glare. Let's see this. What is this? Congratulations, you played yourself. Pretty much, right? If you can't prove Clavier, please. Then to continue the cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is gonna come along and do it for you. Ooh, don't dig at Mia like that. That's fucked. You son of a bitch. Let's just go ahead and fuck it up. Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. Well, I mean, it sounds about right to me. Oh fuck, I didn't want to. We got you, pussy. Make it 5,000 seconds so people don't know who really gets blown back. Ooh. Wait, 5,000 seconds? That's a long ass time. I mean, it would be on their fault though. I'll change the description of it, and then we'll do that. Seems there was clear proof left behind. Oh. Right here in Lamoureux's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just use this and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamoureux's voice included. Oh ho! But what is this proof? According to Lamoureux's testimony, the one thing that I don't know how I feel about compared to Apollo and Phoenix's sprite, I love Phoenix just sitting there with the paper in hand, and he just fucking gives it that little tap from his fingers, just the fucking. It's nice. Like, Apollo doesn't have that, and I don't know how I feel about that. I want it to be there, but obviously everybody would be saying, "Oh, well, you reuse Phoenix's sprites," right? But it's the one thing about Phoenix that I really liked, or like one of the particular sprites I really liked. At the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Aha, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? You might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Heh, ridiculous. You're sweating. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Dari? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We are all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamoureux's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Lamoureux stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and find the gunshots. What? Locate the gunshots? Oh. I need to figure out where she starts singing. It's definitely not this. Not this. Is it the first? Yeah, first is the song. It's where the different tone note comes in. It doesn't seem like it matches the melody. Oh. Okay, so let's just. Wait, what? I gotta kind of listen to it again because it starts playing like a little bit after the part starts. Gotcha. Wait, so I'm presenting it right here? Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamoureux's vocals. Again. Oh. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why? Oh, tell the truth. Here it go. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. I don't like how his hair goes limp. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamoureux's testimony was true. Ugh. Sharkman did it. Sharkman, yeah, that's him. Alright, so, she was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over, press the switch now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescend, you weren't on stage during the second set. Javier, please. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't there 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamoureux was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been able to close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescend, once again I'm reminded of something. Don't. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Hair Forehead. Yep. His shit was off. Right. Tires burnt to a crisp, top it all off, someone's dead. It was that performance just now. Yep. This part is off. Yeah, second guitar. Yep. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouche's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder, if you're an amateur. Wait. You mean his playing was affected because he heard himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescend? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there is a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver when he had fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Damn. Damn. Ooh. Alright. So. Let's go. Does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescend. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up and prepared for action is rolled up, ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Oh. Is it go time? Mr. Sleeves rolled up, ready for action. He just likes his forearms exposed. It reveals the bracelet. Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on the tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missing due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot the manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescend. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Yes, give us your proof of innocence. Well, I mean, I got it on the head that time. I'm too good. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. That was the Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Well, I mean, why indeed? Why indeed? Simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes. Not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Proof of innocence. I don't even want to kill that manager. You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. You've got no stone, man. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently is most effective at treating... I'm not even going to try it. Effective at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. Come on, Mark, leave me alone. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We've looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. Poison? Please say poison. A deadly poison! Let's go! What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. So, is it possible... How long ago was that incident? All this led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Scratch my ear. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Excuse me. Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about it. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. So, this is where we present the newspaper that we got today, right? About the Chief Justice's son. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. I don't like his hair. Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noblest of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's lists. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something and I'm gonna find out what. Cocoon smuggling. International affairs. Okay, so we present the... Can't sell them on the black market. Yeah, you wouldn't want to use them on the black market. You wanted leverage. Or not leverage, but you wanted some type of incentive. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Not just a cure for any disease, a cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. I really hope you would've, you dumb bitch. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Ah, why that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. Also, one thing I've noticed about Apollo's design that really strikes me as nice, that I really, really like, and I didn't notice it before, but now it actually sticks out to me a whole lot. If you look at his design, you can see that there's elements of both of like all the other prosecutors, right? You have a vest, which Godot and Edgeworth wore. You've got blue on the tie, blue obviously being Phoenix's color. You've got red on the vest, obviously being Edgeworth's color. You got the pin, obviously because he's a defense attorney. It just makes a lot of sense because it molds together all of these like design aspects. It's a really cool design. Like I really fuck with it. Like it's not like overtly like one way or another. It's just it's a blend that makes sense, right? Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You were saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why'd it be an international scandal? That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one on his neck out of line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescen, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you going to try to pin on me anyways? Distasteful as it is to think about it, the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? A very cowardly seller. Don't let slaves over there trick you. You made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? I mean... Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps, so they're worried about Cocoon. They're so worried about Cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Borginian Customs is a very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Okay. Can't really do anything about that. Cocoon possession will... Oh, there's more. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and sentenced to death. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. Ah, hold on. There was a way. Gift from Lamaror, sent from Virginia, burned at the night of the concert. Right. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Is it coming together now? Is it? Are you finally making sense of it, Clavier? Come on, come on. I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. Yeah. So one thing I will note that I did say that I don't like about, or that I miss about Phoenix's sprite, the fucking tapping of the paper with the back of his hand. That I really like, but I also kind of like Apollo's holding up the paper with one hand, the other arm behind his back. It's just confident as fuck. Where Phoenix's was kind of coy, Apollo's is just confidence. So this guitar is from Virginia? That is it. That it is, or rather. Yeah, wait. We're getting a whole lot of fucking flashbacks and videos playing during this case. Yep. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched. Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum-packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying the guitar was... With cocoons in this small, it would have been very easy. To use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. Is on. What? Yeah! Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, the guitar had some work done on it recently. Work? Good memory here, Forehead. Yeah. It's called the sound hole. Found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. Broken device of some sort. Yeah. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Ah. There was a way to get that cocoon out of a country. Or get a cocoon out of the country. They could use Picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band. Yo! Hey, fucking yo! Order. So the igniter was placed in there for clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, Herr Forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sound of Lamar's... Oh, come on, not again! Please, no! First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. I like this track. I just thought they were going to play the video. It's comfy, but things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping a guitar would raise too many suspicions. Yeah. So, when are we done? We pretty much got you, nigga. Like, it's... Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Lettuce. Dog, he just had a nice design. I don't know why we had to lose him like this. Mr. Lettuce, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check shipping records. So, Mr. Lettuce tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole lot. It's over, press the switch now. Yeah, they burned up the guitar. Yep. And the cocoon was lost. And then... shot that dude. Bah! Mr. Lettuce died, with Lammermoor there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescend? I gotta know. You make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I had the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lammermoor heard proves it. So press the switch now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. Fuck! Fuck! I gotta get it. I absolutely need that. For once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Not save state, that was a screenshot. I needed that phrase. I needed that coup de grace. Anytime I see coup de grace in a video game, I am just going to screenshot it. Because it will be coming back. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the spot and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who is the smuggler's accomplice? Machi. Let's go. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tobaye. Kicks back in. Love it. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. The defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him on the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borganian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lammerrear? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lammerrear was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's take a look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lammerrear still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the Guitar Serenade, and it was raised. We figured this out. We've known. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and Lammerrear stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. Didn't they say 30? In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lammerrear's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Can we see that video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. No, 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 no. Please, please, no. Please. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Man, fuck. Okay. Too bad, so sad, Punk. Punk? First you were Sleeves, then Kid, now Punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter? Then right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, you'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay, and the switch was found in his fucking piano, so what are you trying to say here? Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Why? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it. Yeah, how are you supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You can play piano! Okay, so maybe you guys don't know. Those who play piano can tell you. You can play piano with one hand. It is not very hard. But it is not hard at all to play the piano with one hand. You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums.
The only one with her hands free was the diva, Lemuria. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Also, it was put inside of the fucking... Oh my fucking... You gotta be kidding me. The piano plays non-stop. Also, there's the whole mixing board. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobaye didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobaye the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Why do we need a flashback? This happened 4 seconds ago. No, it's just something odd about the performance there. Alright. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you provide Machi Tobaye press that? Can you prove that Machi Tobaye pressed the switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that he pressed that switch? I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us the supporting evidence. Here, Forehead, you're sure about this? Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch? Get it. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part, around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flames. Alright, so number 1 wasn't... Oh, it's 4. It's pretty simple. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound like kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? Damn. Any smart people in the chat? Any non-idiots in here? Holy fuck, never could have seen that one coming. Amazing. Like, what are we saying here? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Actually, yes. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah?
You got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that, even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way.
Oh. Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played it with 1 hand or 2? You can't.
Ooh. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand.
How do you know that?
This clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No way.
Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with 1 hand, right before the guitar burst into flames. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. What? Well, it's track 4, we know that much. It's that little breakdown at the end. There's more notes in the first part as well. Yeah, no, I guess I can select... Oh, I'm supposed to be selecting a part of the song? Yeah, this one sounds a little bit more elegant, if you will. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you realize by now just what it was that sounded odd to you.
As I'm sure you've realized yourself, Hair Forehead.
Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. One more time.
We're gonna see it again, by the way. I have no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind we're gonna be seeing it. Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing?
You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall
Literally. Yeah, you got it. How about instead? Yo, Apollo really cooking in here. I respect it. That's the Lord right there. Fuck with it. Another section.
The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace."
Here we go again. Yeah. Yeah. Play verse 2 again. Apollo greater than Phoenix? I don't know. Apollo just lets his nuts hang. And that's commendable. Yes. Phoenix definitely had those moments where he was popping off on people, but it definitely wasn't to this degree, if that makes sense. They feel the same, true, but they're very clearly, ooh, tell the truth. It's just such a nice song. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple. The same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I think you would know by now. Yeah, really, like, you should understand exactly what it is he's saying. He's saying you're fucked. Come on, buddy. Come on. Do something. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man.
So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Clavier, please. Not this time, Darion. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I ask myself? Now ask yourselves why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Shit on. Hair limp, what are you doing? Yeah. Pound it. Order, order, order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. Damn, brown rice. What? No, come back. I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Hair Forehead. Come on. Don't do that. Just tell me I was wrong. Just say you were wrong. That's all you needed to do. You didn't need to be a dick. I'm pretty sure I would have got the point either way, right? Like there was a whole lot you could have done. Part 3, let's go. No way. There's no way there's a part 3 to this. We pretty much proved it. It's gonna be like one or two more things where it's like we provide like Machi's reasoning. 5 more hours, you're on meth. Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts, anyone could see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if we did, we would have already seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? Dog, Phoenix was right. No pun intended. Especially not under the current system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. Beware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darion Crescent's igniter inside. Oh! Dog. Imagine he has an igniter in his pocket right now. So, I just press the fucking switch. If his jacket go up in flame, is over. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him any further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or... May look like I got a lot of time on my hands. I got no more time to play pretend. Oh, Ave with the raiding party of 8. Thank you, Ave, for the raid. We're almost finished up here, though, unfortunately. Really close to ending. How'd your shit go, brother? Deadweight attorney, by the way? Yo. I will fuck you up. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo.
What, and this igniter's supposed to come and burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. It rhymes. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Herr Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latus and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. Trial's already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us this basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay, this really is my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is...
Hey, fuck it. Get the little boy back up here. Save? Nah. I'm positive.
Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Huh? So what is...
It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else.
You mean a witness?
Exactly. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person that can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? Bring him back. Bring him out, bring him out.
The only person who can prove it is the defendant, Machi Tobaye.
Hog. Your client? Again.
Machi Tobaye was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require one of the very cocoons Mr. Latus was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burned cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we, no doubt, would also find inside the burnt-out guitar.
Very scientific of you.
Thus, if Machi Tobaye acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
Why not?
Little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially anything to do with cocoon smuggling. So you're admitting it. You pretty much just said, yeah, we did it, so what? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Are you crazy? You can pick one. You can always pick one. Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law. Ah. Yeah, see? If our penis really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking.
But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
Tell the truth. How?
Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country.
Oh, America, USA, USA.
The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia.
And will likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... You're done.
But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder. Not now.
Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me.
Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobaye.
Oh,
the cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling.
Oh. Breakdown. Right now. Don't laugh.
Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies, or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. You're not gonna bribe him. Please! Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright then. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna close my window because I'm actually getting a little bit cold in here. Okay, so mentally, what the fuck just happened? Chris ruined the moment? Nah, it was fine. The moment has ended. I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Yeah. 3-peat. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk? You'll tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from beginning I knew. Machi. Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. We're exposing society. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort resurface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobaye, yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latus, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Yay, glasses off. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobaye, 3-peat. Not guilty. Suck my dick. Court is adjourned. Yeah. July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. Lemurier. My, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on the stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I can see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemurier lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemurier. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Dog. Imagine he's just looking. He's just hunting for fucking Miles. He's just looking for him. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will one day meet again, or we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitarist Serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. The end. Alright, well, you know how it go. Next time we get back to Kristoff, we finish this secret mission up. We finish this game up. And that's going to be happening tomorrow. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming out. Thanks to Gallus and Star for welcoming new family members. But as for now, no Case 5. I don't think there's a Case 5. I didn't see anything, especially about like DLC or anything like that. Only 4 cases. But thank y'all very much for coming out. I'm going to catch y'all next time. Aside from that, though, peace.